Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. I'd like to call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order. I'll start out with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. So good morning again. We have Councillor Cheeson coming to us by Zoom, and Councillor Kapitaniuk and Councillor DeHollick gives their regrets for not being able to make it today. And so we will move on from there. Looking at approval of the agenda, any changes? We have one that's that I know of so far is under closed section 9.1. Advice from officials says lands. We're going to change that to governance. Okay, sounds good. And any other additions?
Based on the kind of timing and urgency, I would add 9.2, intergovernmental relations. I can't remember the section number, but I would look to the CAO for advice there.
Okay. We can add that in under the section 29 point. Okay. Yeah, you betcha. So, and anything else? Yeah. So Councillor Stasiak has made the motion to amend to approve the agenda as with additions and changes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. That would be
No, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And then I just want to say one thing.
okay. So motion carried at 7-0.
Just, Mr. Chairman of Council and public, if you're watching, just note that we are still having technical difficulties with our projectors. So right now we're great. At any time it may time out and then we're back to the drawing board and we may lose Councillor Chazan. And we hope not, but we're fighting technology a little bit and we're looking at some repairs in the future. Okay,
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. We'll navigate them waters as they come forward. Yeah, it's kind of like crazy spring weather. So on that note, the approval agenda is done. Approval of the minutes from the February 17th, 2026 meeting. Is there any? Councillor Chamzik has moved to approve the minutes from February 17th. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Carried 7-0. So we have a 4.1, we have a delegation from Mystic Meadows Management Society at 11 a.m. So that's what's going to happen at 11 a.m. So now we will move on to 5.1 CAO update, page 37 of your agenda. So on that note, is there any discussion anybody has, or does CAO have anything to add on to this, or seeing none, any discussion for the CAO? Councillor Hall first.
Do we have an idea when the wrap-up documents from the strategic planning session would be arriving in our inboxes?
Mr. Chairman, I sure hope it would be I've got them. I need to work on them. So it's just a matter of my workload. So I hope first meeting in April.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is a question for Director Wilkinson, I guess, over there. I see on the second paragraph that
As a point of order, are we not on 5.1?
Oh yeah, we're on
yeah, we're on page 37.
Page 37, 5.1, the CAO,
Oh, I'm sorry. Mine,
Yeah.
I'll reserve that question for later. Sorry.
not a problem. Any other questions for the CAO? Seeing none, thank you very much, CAO for the report. And you know what, fine stuff. Moving on to Director Wilkinson, Director of Community and Protective Services. And Councillor Stasiak, I'm sure you got
Thank you,
questions.
through the chair. I'm looking at, again, paragraph 2, bullet point 3, and you talk about caveat removals. Can you give me some idea as to what sort of situations that were caveated, or tell me a little bit about caveats?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Yeah, so we get requests from the public. Lots of times it's when land's changing hands. There's a development agreement or maybe a road widening or something like that on the title. And so we have a look at that and assess whether that caveat can be removed from the title. So we look at lots of times, many times, it's a development agreement from a past subdivision. And if all of those conditions are met, we're able to discharge that caveat from title and just clean it up.
Thank you. Through the chair, one more time, can I ask for another question, possibly not pertinent to this question here, but I just need some clarification. Is that appropriate? Or I'll just go with it, and if it's not, then correct me as you please. I was reading through a previous agenda where somebody had applied for a yard separation. It was an 80-acre split, and I think it was Division 8. Doesn't matter. But anyway, some of the conditions were that a building be removed, water line be removed, road be upgraded, and so on. After I read that and I tipped the page upside down, back and forth, looking at different angles of it, it still kind of puzzled me if we could not have, rather than making these people go through the process, could have we somehow put a caveat against that property so that if title changed hands in the future, these people apparently retired, they're not going to live for another 100 years. So is there a possibility that rather than putting these restrictions on, can we possibly go to a caveat system where when title changes, then those conditions have to be met? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chairman, this is such a hypothetical situation that we'd have to address the specifics of that one. I don't know what you mean. Maybe after the meeting, you can tell us which property it is, and we can look into it and try to provide an answer to council if there are other options. And we're happy to do that. But I don't think it would be fair to also start discussing someone's personal property file in public unless we had their okay or authorization for it, and this would not be the appropriate time.
Awesome. I agree with that. So, but thanks for the question. Anybody else have any other questions for the director? Looking, Reeve Holland.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for these reports. You know how much I appreciate them. Just curious on page 38, the notable files. Again, we're dealing with a few dog-related files, a wide variety of them. Just want to touch base again on the bylaw, see how it's doing and if it's been doing what you need it to do, or is there any changes that need to happen?
I think it's been working quite well. Our busy dog season's kind of coming down the pipe, so we'll certainly get a better feel. I guess, my best answer to that question would be maybe check with me in October, November.
Okay,
Yeah, but
sounds good.
so far so good.
Awesome. Good to hear. Page 39, the Fire Smart aspect. It's so really nice to see that there's focus on this and Glad to see that we are looking for recruitment for the Fire Smart Coordinator, so that's awesome. Just wanted to say thanks very much for looking into that as well and making that happen. The emergency management, also looking forward to the business case that's coming forward for the Highway 63 road rescue. So I'm glad to hear that that's ongoing and being worked on, which is so super important for everyone. Economic development, lots going on, which is awesome to see. We did do our economic development training course, and just curious, we were talking about different things like an economic development plan, as well as identifying our assets. And I understand that when ARED was still active, that there was a consultant that came in who helped out with a plan. Is it possible to have a look at that or bring that forward?
Yeah, we can send that to all of council.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so very much. Yeah, lots of great work I see that's happening out there. Alberta Hub website, was nice to see that as well on here, that the finished work with the Alberta Hub and the local realtors on a site selector project for land and buildings. So that's fantastic. Meeting with the workforce consultants with Alberta Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration about future projects and funding programs. Is there a bit more information that can be given on that? What that all entailed?
We can send a quick note to council. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. Cause yeah, there's a lot of good things that are happening and it's awesome to see what's going on there. Also really awesome to see page 41, the new dwellings. 5 new dwelling permits in February. That's great news considering our, concern for housing. So I'm seeing a lot of good things coming out and coming forward, and it's just really nice to see, as well as the website analysis on page 46 for regional tourism. The increase of visitors happening there is fantastic. All the posts and the different things that are happening there. There's a lot of good things happening in our community, and I just really want to say thank you for pointing them out. As well, Facebook has a huge increase on that, and which is good. People are looking and taking interest in our community. FCSS, the Family Center hosted 2 Valentine's Day Family Day events and participants, and Tiny Chef started back up. So is that just for the, like a cooking type thing for the little ones, Tiny Chef?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, another good thing that's really happening in our community. So awesome. I just wanted to say thanks very much.
Perfect. Any other questions for the director? Seeing none. Yeah, I'd like to thank you for that, for the report, and the new dwellings is actually very good to see. So moving on to Director Morton, Director of Infrastructure Services. Thank you very much. Any questions to the director, Councillor Chamzik?
Through the chair, on page 50, the last bullet point, just out of curiosity with the brushing project there, did we use that excavator with the mulcher head?
It would, sorry, through the chair. It was a combination of the track hoe and cat. It was some pretty large trees in there, so it was removed with that large equipment. I don't believe the mulcher was actually there. I'd have to find out, but I'm pretty sure it was just our track hose and the cat.
Okay. Track hoe and cat. Do we own that piece of equipment? The
Sorry.
mulcher head, sorry.
Oh, through the chair, no, we do not. We rent that one, and with the winter we were having and this amount of demand on our staff resources for snow removal, we sent it back. We didn't keep it as long as we normally would because we weren't using it because they were moving snow.
Oh, that makes sense. I just have one other question.
That's your,
Page 51 under bridges. I'm just, sorry, trying to place this in my head. Is this the one that was periodically shut down in the fall?
The
bridge
ma-
file 07757?
Sorry, I don't know exactly which one that is. It's the one where we couldn't do the jacking up until the ice was thick enough.
Oh.
But the exact location, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Counselor Stasiak?
Thank you. Through the chair, just for information's sake for me anyway, I see that these John Deere graders are having differential problems and you've sent a bunch in for preventative maintenance on them. Is that what that is? What seems to be going on there with them? It's consistent by the looks of it.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm probably gonna do a really poor job of explaining it, but it has it's to do with the differential lock. And so if you don't have the differential lock in place, it seems to, if you don't lock it in before one tire breaks loose, it seems to be damaging inside. And even it doesn't have to spin a lot in order to do significant damage. So it's something that, we've got a new process in place for our operators to try and limit that, knowing that it's, maybe something that is a problem for those machines. Like, don't wait for your tires to break loose. Put the diff lock in place prior to any slippage. So that's one of the procedures we've put in place. And so we're hoping that will help mitigate those concerns.
One more question through the chair. Just from my personal experience, I noticed on my farm equipment, if you press the button and lock the differentials in on the go, comes up with a big bang and a slam. Or if you enter four-wheel drive past top gears, if you're traveling down the highway, you should not be locked up. You should be. So just curious if that's maybe what's initiating some of this trouble that we're having.
Yeah, I'm not a mechanic, but my understanding is that it also was associated with the auto. So, putting it in manually, instead of letting it take that slip with auto. So anyway, it's just procedures that in conversations with John Deere and our mechanic, that's what we've come up with. So.
Okay, anybody else with questions to Mr. Morton? Go ahead.
on page 51, you've noted that there's been meetings and research for Path Forward with Wandering River and Grassland truck fills. Have we heard back from the commission?
Through the chair, we've had no additional updates since the last conversation with council. Or update with council. So there's been no further ones since that time. This is meant to cover the last month or two. So those meetings were held. You've been updated since.
Okay. I guess I got a couple. So page 51, under shop, the last grader we had in for this repair came in at a cost of 83,900. Is that off a warranty, that grader?
That is correct.
Yeah, and that was one of them John Deere's with the differential unit on it? Okay. And then is that grader going down the road or what's happening with that grader?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't know if that's one of, no, it won't be going out this year. There's only one going out this year, and that's
a 720?
yeah.
Okay. And then that one would probably have extended warranty on it now or not? It's not gonna have?
So we cannot purchase warranty on any machine that the warranty had expired.
Lapsed, eh?
We can only purchase extended warranty on machines that still are covered under warranty.
Oh, okay.
So any of the ones that are off warranty, I cannot purchase additional warranty on.
So we're gonna have probably 3 graders then off warranty.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 that are coming up that are going to be close, we're going to purchase the additional warranty on.
And extend them to the 7-year.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then the other thing I wonder about is, okay, so we got that hole with the mulcher head, the excavator with the mulcher head, that's been sent back?
I think it's been sent back, but
Okay.
I'd have to verify that. Maybe the guys brought it back. I know we weren't using it. So now that the snow cover is getting less, maybe they brought it back again, but I would have to get back to council on that.
Yeah, because I guess we just had it sitting there for that many months and I don't know what that cost us to actually store it. But that was one of my questions was why we were storing it for so long, but okay. So I think other than that, I think that's the only questions I had. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you very much for the report. And moving on to Mr. Daly. I'm gonna get that right one day. Dally. Mr. Dally. Finance Department update. Director of Finance. Thank you. Any discussion with Mr. Dally vote? Regarding finance? You might get off fairly light here. Oh, no, Reeve Holland.
I didn't get the chance to say to Director Morton, thank you very much for your report and thank you very much for your report as well. Once again, very much appreciated. Well done. I know a lot of work is happening and yeah, you guys are busy. So thank you very much for letting us know what's happening.
Any other? Yeah, thank you very much for that report. That means you're doing a heck of a job. So now moving on to corporate services. Mrs. Amley, Director of Corporate Services. I'm actually going to start it off here with thanking administration and thanking employees and thanking everybody for the great remembrance of Mr. Katona. He was a very well, and I must say it, loved man in Division 8. 41 years of service. I actually remember as a young kid him running around out there removing snow and blading roads and everything, and then actually got got to work with him very much as maintenance foreman and that, and watched the concession or the succession planning of his son moving into operating his grader. So now we have, like I said, 70 some years of the Cantona family operating grader in west of Athabasca. So thank you very much for that. And flags at half mast. The grader down at the funeral procession was amazing. So thank you, all of you, for that. And moving on from there, any other questions? Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question, I guess, for clarification. I see on information technology, arranging for video conferencing equipment to replace aging projector. Are we talking about these?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, no, that's for the Riverview room. We have a projector up on the ceiling that has a cord hanging down. That's kind of outdated and it's giving us some problems. So we did have some video conference equipment. It's actually here, the TV is set up, and we just on Thursday we'll have it all set up. We do a lot of job interviews via video conference. And now what I'd like to have is the health and safety coordinator do her safety orientation rather than in her office. I'd rather her have it there and then have multiple people part of that orientation so that we can have some engagement with staff as we onboard them. So that was, but definitely we're looking at these ones as well.
The other quick question is, I'm not familiar where the Riverview room is.
Mr. Chair, it's
Oh,
where you
sure.
have lunch.
Okay,
That-
thank you. Got that now.
Good.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Hall.
So we all just attended RMA, or a number of us did, and learned lots of interesting things. And as one of the questions that comes up or about that is around technology and artificial intelligence to perpetuate frauds. So without asking you the frequency, does the county use services to test the employees for phishing and whether they'll click or
Thank you, Councillor Hall, for that question. It's very timely because this week, actually today, I'll be sending out a note to all staff and to council on cybersecurity training to test phishing and things like that. So staff and council will get videos every month, just a quick 5-minute video and a little test at the end. And then there'll be random messages sent out to staff and possibly council, just to test to see how you're doing. And if you accidentally click a link, you'll be sent a reminder and probably a follow-up video. There's different videos,
qualify for
different
training, right?
topics. Yeah. So, to answer your question, we're in the process of now doing that. So that'll be implemented on April 1st.
I love fishing. I
Not the same kind,
but I don't like that type of fishing. Lord, thank you for the heads up. So. Reeve Holland.
I don't know if I can follow that one up. We also, one thing that I was also talked about at RMA and the Mayor and Reeves meeting, as well as in our training that we had with RMA Insurance when they came up and gave us kind of an overview on how insurance works, was ANI. And just, it still scares me a little bit, the information that we're receiving with regards to that. And I'm just wondering if that's an area that's going to be reviewed. The benefits, the pros, the cons, and the risks of having ANI instead of doing maybe possibly, they mentioned grants might be a better way to go rather than having an additional named insured.
Mr. Chairman, council has not given us direction to spend a bunch of time working on that.
Okay. Yeah, just something I know that we probably should have a conversation about at some point so that everybody understands the risks involved and yeah, it was good information that was provided. The other thing on page 61, the external grants, great news to see that another grant has been approved and for the incident command trailer for protective services. So I think that's absolutely amazing and nice to see that more good things are happening for fire services. So thank you for that. And thank you very much for another great report.
Yes. Any other questions for the director? Seeing none, thank you very much for the report. And all that stuff. Thank you, everybody, for your reports and that. I think that ends that portion of it. 5.2 is done. 5.3, councillor updates. So we can start with Councillor Chamzik.
Not a lot really happening. The Athabasca County Fire Services Gala was very well done. Very proud that our administration was able to put together such a beautiful event. Awesome job. We have done strat planning and of course RMA in the meantime. Weather has been funny, up and down with temperatures, keeping a Public Works hard-working crews busy, I'm sure. Last Friday, we had the Grassland Egg Fair. It was really well attended. And upcoming in the community, Friday is Soup for Seniors and Grassland Egg Society. The last one will be in April 17th. There is also an upcoming garage rummage sale in Grassland on the 18th and 19th of April, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And also May 23rd, Grassland Volunteer Fire Department is having a show and shine and also celebrating their 50th year of service. And that's all I really have.
Perfect. I'm gonna jump towards Councillor Cheeson.
Good morning. Not much happening in my world, but with the cold weather, some of my meetings for the last month have been canceled. So the Boyle library meeting, I haven't had the chance to do much with that committee. Cold weather had canceled the last meeting, so the only thing I really have to report on is the Regional Healthcare Attraction and Retention Committee. Just letting you know that we do have a new doctor coming in. He's from Whitecourt. He's from Nigeria originally, so that's some good news. The transitional house is where he will be living while he's here. So that's good, some good news there. We also have some success panels that the committee had presented, and they had some really good feedback on that. And they're going to hold some regular learn lunch with the students in the high school to try to promote the positions, doctors, nurses, that type of stuff. So they're doing a lot of good stuff. I would like to be involved in that, so I'm reaching out to Councillor Kitely. She's doing some stuff here in Boyle area, so to help her out with that. So with these lunches that are coming up too, they're targeting the grade 9 to 10 audience, as the grade 11 to 12 have already got their pathways kind of established. So that's where this committee's going. So they have some really good news, and they're really active, and it's good to see that we got some stuff happening. So at this point, that's pretty much all I've got to say today.
Okay, thank you for that. And yeah, it's great news to hear that the new doctor's coming in and he's actually using the transitional house, because that was really being looked at hard and fast, and so that's really good news. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet. Councillor Hall.
So most of this will come in written reports, but the updates I think that are timely. Greater North met yesterday to finalize requisition amounts, and again review annual financial statements, which came in under budget, as is often the case with Greater North because of how carefully the management team there works. There's ongoing work regarding the economic impact of the foundation, which will be presented to council at a future time when they come as a delegation to talk about their performance and financial performance and work that goes on in the community. There's also additional work going on, although we had to postpone the one discussion. It's coming up in a couple of weeks. Regarding the strategy of the foundation for meeting future community needs, recognizing that you can't stay static. Now that the foundation has been able to address some of the capital reserve questions, they're looking forward and working on what the role is in serving seniors and housing needs in the region that we serve. Similarly at ARMS, there's been some strategic discussion, a lot of focus on measures of success and how we communicate that, and so we can expect again a delegation coming from them to council at some point in the next number of months. Attended the Economic Development for Elected Officials course, and that's run through the Economic Developers of Alberta. There's a conference in Calgary, which I found really interesting and useful. I attended last year. My regret was that I attended in the fourth year and not the first. So I'm tentatively scheduled to go again this year, although to be blunt, after the last council meeting, I'm giving serious consideration to whether I do that based on what happened 2 Thursdays ago. And there's another course that I was at that I've got some notes on, and so a bunch of that is sort of draft and ready, and it'll show up in an upcoming council meeting for additional information.
Okay. Just a quick comment if no, I'll leave it alone. Counselor.
So this month's been very busy, I'm sure, for all of us with RMA and everything. We started out with our strat planning and met together and had some very valuable conversation. We also met with Lac La Biche County, which was very productive. I really look forward to continuing that relationship with their council. That was a very, very positive thing that happened there. I attended RMA. I took the council's role in strategic planning through the elected officials education program. And then there was also a drop-in seminars, and I took the AI one. Learned a little bit there. It was a little hard. I got a little late, so I was in the standing room and it was really noisy next door. They were having a party or something, but did pick up on a lot of valuable information there as well. It was really cool to make connections with meeting first term counselors that are sort of drinking out of a fire hose as I am, and connecting that way, and also getting just advice from other long-term counselors and meeting with other counties and stuff to learn how to better serve my community. Had our FCSS meeting yesterday. And then this weekend, I'm possibly going to need a clone because there's so much going on in our community. We've got the Collington Flea Market happening on the 28th. We also have the Richmond Park Easter egg potluck / hayride / Easter egg hunt happening on Saturday. And Pucks for Paws is happening at the multiplex Friday till Sunday. That's all.
Councilor Steezy.
Okay, thank you. I'm with pretty much similar to everybody else's comments. It's not a whole lot's been happening other than injury recovery for me. As you all know, I tore a hamstring, so I hobble the best I can while still trying to maintain our meetings, obligations, and so forth. I'd like to also comment on the Plamondon meeting. I was very impressed with that meeting. I can't honestly say that I've had much to do with that end of the county, the municipality, and learned a lot. It was updated by their staff as well as ours as to what's been going on over the last few years. And at the end of all of that, Councillor DeHollick took me on a road tour and showed me this elusive Plamondon connector, which I'd never been on before. And he also took me on a tour of Wandering River. I've driven past there many times, but can't say I honestly stopped in town for any reason. So it gave me a broader view of what's going on over there. I went to StratPlan. I enjoyed that. I thought that I've never done that before, and some of the information that came out there was, I would say, candid. I enjoyed that part where although it was structured, there was room for just open conversation, and that I thought was pretty impressive. And about the last thing is I'm out and about driving my municipal roads, comforting some of the ratepayers who are concerned about ruts, as everybody's division has. And in my next life, I guess what I'll try and do is stop the snow and stop the rain and schedule at a different time for our benefit. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you. Reeve Holland.
Thanks so very much. Just kind of a little bit of a repeat here. February 27th, of course, was the annual Fire Services Gala. It was amazing. It was well attended, well received. It was so well done and extremely appreciated. Everybody really was thankful that we were able to do this event. It was an honor to give remarks as well as to help with the awards. And so great to see the recognition of our fire services personnel by the county with MLA Van Dyken in attendance as well as Fire Commissioner Rowe. Was very amazing. I look forward to the next gala. This is, I think, just going to be even better. And of course, we cannot thank our volunteers and first responders enough for what they do for our region. So I'm so glad to have been part of that evening. March 5th and 6th, of course, was our strat planning session. I'm also looking forward to seeing the results of the brainstorming from those couple of days. That was rapid fire, and I think it was very well done. And the draft document will be coming as mentioned. And of course, a big thanks to our facilitator, Gordon McIntosh, for all his help for that very important task. March 10th, again, we did that. Everybody has mentioned, I too agree, the council meeting with Lac La Biche County that was facilitated by ISP. Awesome. Many thanks to ISP for their work in helping us to identify those opportunities and the benefits that both of our municipalities can take part in. So, and also thanks to Lac La Biche for hosting. Holy man, did they put out a spread? So yeah, it'll be a hard act to follow for sure. I can definitely see a lot of good positives coming from that meeting and look forward to growing our partnership further and connecting with them again soon. March 11th, the next day, we did our active training through EDA for elected officials. That was also another really good course with a lot of great information that was being provided there. I think it'll be extremely beneficial and highly recommend for all of elected officials to take part in that. As economic development, we know is extremely important for our region. So I think a lot of good things came from that as well. Then we move on into the March 16th, 18th, the RMA, the spring convention, again, jam-packed. Once again, it was go, 6:30 a.m. right through to late hours each evening. We did receive great information. We had great conversations. Great questions were asked of the premier and the ministers in attendance. I've not completed my Mayor and Reeves report, but that's coming. So I hope to have that done by week's end. There was a lot of good information again, and just trying to keep up with it all was still processing. AI was, of course, one of the biggest and hottest topics that people are learning about. So that's a really good thing as well. I'm still catching up with emails and messages from being away there. There's, of course, no shortages of concerns regarding the road conditions and washouts, but many thanks to our Public Works for doing everything that they can to mitigate those issues. Mother Nature is not exactly playing nice, so there's not much we can do when she's running the ship there. Hopefully spring will be a little more enjoyable in a couple of weeks when things kind of calm down. Compliments has also been forwarded and received from residents, which is also so nice to hear. Their understanding of the challenges from Public Works are going through, that administration and council goes through, and that we're facing, were voiced through phone calls and in passing, and it was great to have that support as well. It really means a lot. So sometimes the good definitely can outweigh the bad, and I think that was the case when receiving those compliments. So I appreciate those people for bringing that forward.
Perfect. Yes, and going at the end and everything, a lot of everything that we've been doing has already been said. Taking in the gala, strategic planning, joint meeting with Lac La Biche, great meetings and well planned and thank everybody for it. And I guess yes, the road systems are really taking a beating, and it comes on every few years, or not every few years, every so often Mother Nature will hand you quite a spring, and with that rain, what the rain did is actually suck the frost out of the top surface of the road, and that's why we're getting so much rutting. Driveways became a nightmare. Everybody tries to save their gravel on their driveway by leaving snow on, and that rain totally messed that up, as my wife found out as she was stuck in the center of it, and that so yes, everybody's been going through a heck, and driving down the roads, when you see half tons and 3/4 tons actually rutting your roadway up that you don't normally see on normal springs. It's an understanding of what's going on out there. And it's gonna be a tough road, tough road with the spring thaw. Public Works is gonna be going through hell in a handbasket, if I must say, steaming culverts, and once this water does start to run, it's gonna be look out. But yeah, they've got it handled. They do a great job. So yeah, and other than that, meetings and that, there's been a few of them, and no, it's been a great month, and I'm looking forward to the next one once it does start to warm up. So I think we will have snow in May here in my yard. I'm sure of it. So there is so much of it. So yes, I guess on that note, I want to thank everybody for the reports and what's been going on, and I think we will take now that we're done number 5, counselor updates, I think we'll take about a 10-minute break before we get into the business rising. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will get back at this agenda. And we will move on to number 6.1, meeting procedural bylaw. That's awesome. So Ms. McConnell is going to, I think, gonna walk us through this procedural bylaws, some of the understanding of it. So perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So this report is exactly that on the procedural bylaw and in response to council's direction at the February 22nd meeting, where council directed that actually these meetings be moved to Thursday schedule starting in May, and also for administration to bring back the bylaw for review. So I can go through each topic if you would like, just maybe briefly. So starting on page 64 of your agenda. So the meeting schedule and notice. So as I mentioned, council or committee will be changing its meeting schedule, and the Municipal Government Act speaks to regular council meetings. Notice need not be given. However, the same language isn't there for committee of the whole meetings, where you just have to give 24-hour notice. Granted, you guys have a set schedule, so that's helpful, but the point, or like the topic that I thought was important, is that the Municipal Government Act speaks to methods of giving notice. So in the event you have to change a meeting, reschedule it, cancel it, you have to have a prescribed method. And the procedural bylaw, that I couldn't see a method in there. So we are recommending that you establish a method, which would really be via email to council and on the website for the public. So that's the first topic. The second is the requirement to vote. So section 4.5 of the procedural bylaw states, and in part, that all members present shall vote on every question unless the councillor is required to abstain. However, the act also includes some discretion on whether or not they choose to abstain. So discretion is generally tied to whether or not the member of council attended only part of a procedure or of a public hearing. And if they attended part, then they have some discretion or whether or not they choose to vote. However, the act was amended in 2024, and it's added in addition to pecuniary interest, conflict of interest, and there's a lot more discretion there. So it's recommended that that section of the procedural bylaw be enhanced to acknowledge that discretion of council, and actually at committees as well. And of course, pecuniary interest still has those requirements to disclose and abstain and exit the room. And then just jumping into pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. So as I mentioned, I think section 4.9 of the procedural bylaw should be amended to include that process for declaration. And as well, given that council members and committee members can attend meetings remotely, I think it would be helpful to describe how members will state that declaration and exit the meeting electronically. And often it's as simple as saying that administration would move you into a virtual meeting room and then move you back into the meeting, no different than if you were to exit the physical meeting room. But just to have that clarity in there so there's no confusion, and members know that that same expectation is there for an electronic participation. In terms of special council meetings, so section 194 sub 5 of the MGA states that no matter other than that stated in the notice calling the special meeting may be transacted at the meeting unless the whole council is present and the council agrees to deal with the matter in question. I just highlight this because the language in the procedural bylaw is slightly different. It says that unanimous consent is required for additional business to be transacted. It's very common for municipalities to have that language in their procedural bylaw, and council can absolutely continue with that. I just wanted to flag it as it's just slightly different language between the MGA and what's in the procedural bylaw. In terms of committee of the whole, there's an opportunity perhaps to enhance the I guess mandate of the committee of the whole in the procedural bylaw. Right now it's speaks to, oh shoot, I don't probably need to go through it, but I think what could be added is that, talking about strategic goals, guidance on policies and bylaws, provides feedback on governance related projects, receiving delegations and reviews any matter that warrants direction from the committee. Currently, it states that the committee is limited to recommendations to council and to another committee. So there might be some merit there to give some direction, authorized direction back to administration for more research and evaluation and check-in and that kind of stuff. So just thought I'd throw that there. And often many municipalities are retitling their committee of the whole to governance and priorities committee. So just a name change, but that may change the the scope or the focus of the meetings. In terms of the organizational meeting and the acting reeve position, so of course you appoint a reeve and deputy reeve annually. That is required by the MGA. However, there's also an optional provision for an acting reeve, and it's really just in the event the reeve or the deputy reeve is not available, you would have a natural third person that would step in and chair meetings or authorized to sign things in their absence. Although it's not required to have one, it is an option if available to council. Ex officio committee membership. So the procedural bylaw indicates that the reeve is ex officio on all committees and includes the right to vote, which is often with having that ex officio authority. This provision was consistent with the MGA, but in 2022, it was revised and actually repealed from the MGA. So council can certainly continue with delegating or assigning ex officio status to the position of reeve. It should be clarified that it only relates to committees that council establishes pursuant to the MGA. And the reeve must be appointed by name to any board or commission established under Part 17. So as an example, the Municipal Planning Commission, SDAB, those types of things. Agenda review. So the bylaw states that the agenda order of business is prepared by the CAO and then reviewed by the reeve prior to circulation. There might be some merit in having a advance review. So kind of what's coming up over the next month and a bit of a process for an agenda review team, and perhaps including another member of council in addition to the reeve and administration for that exercise. Councillor additions. So currently there are 4 processes defined in the procedural bylaw for members to add items to the agenda. So there's urgent additions, submission of a report in an RFD format, proposing a motion for administration to add an item to an upcoming agenda, and then to present a notice of motion. So the notice of motion process is by far the most common tool that's adopted by municipalities, very consistent across other procedural bylaws. Not all processes are the same, but generally speaking, it's the notice of motion is submitted in writing to usually the secretary or the CAO, read out loud at the time at the council meeting, and then that written notice forms the agenda when the motion is to be made. Yeah, and then I'll just skip to the next page, page 66. So I will say, and with respect, that the submission of an RFD style report by an elected official is far less common. And those types of reports are typically viewed as administrative processes because it has an operational, financial, and legislative analysis. It's not to take away the shared responsibility of council and administration for the agenda preparation, but with the RFD process, while it does absolutely reflect the expertise of the author, it may also require administrative or operational information to inform collective decision-making when it gets to council. And one of the challenges of administration is that if it's a new initiative by an individual member of council, how much time should administration dedicate to supporting that, informing that decision-making before receiving information or direction, pardon me, from council as a whole to continue exploring that initiative? And then into adoption of the agenda and consent agenda. So the bylaw addresses agenda preparation and reports, et cetera. But council may wish to add provisions for potentially, if you ever need to revise your adopted agenda. Many municipalities allow for that to happen, but with a 2/3 vote. Often it's 2/3 of the members present. Sometimes it might be 2/3 of the council as a whole. That's up to the council, and that would be up to you if you choose to have that added to the procedural bylaw. But in terms of the consent agenda specifically, it is a process, to expedite decisions on non-controversial items through a single motion. The practice by council has been, though, to adopt the meeting agenda and the consent agenda through a single motion. And at times what has happened, just looking through your minutes, is that there has been opposition to that vote. Generally speaking, from watching the meetings, the opposition may be as to what is being added to the agenda, not necessarily the consent agenda. But I think it's important that those two processes be separated so that the order of business or the items of business are confirmed with the adoption of the agenda, and then the decision, whether that be through a consent agenda or debated items, are kept separate. Information reporting. So this is obviously every municipality, all councils receive information or reports for information, but certainly at times it can cause misunderstandings. And I'll be honest, I don't know if councils had that too often, but sometimes it's not clear whether or not receiving a report for information speaks to actually endorsing it. So, and that creates a little bit of confusion amongst councils, and I've seen it quite frequently in just watching other councils meetings. So in the procedural bylaw, sometimes it's helpful to clarify what those expectations are with information reports. So some municipalities choose to say that there would be no motion. The minutes would just reflect that that report was presented and that would be the end of it. Or alternatively, that the procedural bylaw could state that a motion to receive a report for information does not represent approval or direction. And that way you don't have people voting in opposition of a report that's for information. In terms of regular reporting, and I maybe snuck this one in here, but it talks about administration's monthly reports. And, maybe not the best place to define it in the procedural bylaw, maybe better to do it in a policy, but just maybe a bit of a reconsideration potentially of how frequent council would like to receive those reports. Is monthly too frequent? Would quarterly be a better option in terms of, sometimes, every month they're looking, I don't want to say looking for information, but is it at the level of information that council should be viewing of the operations? And that's the question, and that's up to you as to how frequently you want to receive reports from administration. And that would be the reports you received earlier today, as well as any of the financial variance reporting. And then regular reporting for council members. So again, monthly committee of the whole agendas, and as well as regular council meeting agendas. And it is a standing practice, but it's not really defined in your procedural bylaw. So you might want to put some expectations on what those reports look like. What's the scope? How are they submitted? Verbal and or written is often the approach adopted, but just to provide some parameters on that would be helpful. Although there is and there is a policy that speaks to reports on RMA conventions, and ASB conventions aren't required. And I'm guessing that's because most, if not all, of council attend those. In terms of motions, so the Robert's rules does speak to a seconder. Council doesn't use a seconder, nor do you have to use a seconder for a motion, but the bylaw may be helpful just to subscribe that in the bylaw. And then secondly, being that, and I think council knows this, that once a motion is made, it belongs to council as a body. And some municipalities have made the switch to remove the mover's name from the minutes and just state that motion was made. And then into the reconsideration process. So section 13 of the bylaw establishes the reconsideration motions and states that any member who voted in the affirmative has standing to propose a reconsideration motion. And the bylaw allows reconsideration motions to be proposed at the current meeting or within 1 month of the decision being made by council, and it must pass by a 2/3 vote. This process is a little different from what's described in Robert's rules. Council can have a different process than what's in Robert's rules, but I just wanted to mention that Robert's rules does state that a member who voted in the prevailing side that has the standing to propose the reconsideration motion, and it's a simple majority vote. That doesn't, the type of vote or the threshold of vote is the same for the initial motion, but it's the reconsideration that is a majority. And in most municipalities, it is common, not all, but common for reconsideration motions to be limited to the same meeting. Some do allow for it to extend into the next meeting. But we did provide for council an article titled Changing Course, and it provides some additional tools that you may wish to consider within your bylaw. And then the last item is on electronic participation and electronic meetings. So some municipalities, hybrid meetings are commonplace. Some municipalities do prescribe that quorum needs to be present in the meeting room in case technology fails, although that's not required. Some do require that the chair be present in the meeting room. Again, not necessary, but just kind of pointing it out there in case there ever is a technology issue, the meetings can continue. And then just the other point on electronic meetings is Council's always really had hybrid meetings, but you can have meetings held entirely by electronic means. And that does require that all participants, including the public, can hear and communicate with each other. So there would just be an opportunity there to kind of provide those provisions. I would suggest you would only really ever need them in an emergency situation, because administration would always be in the room regardless, but it isn't something to bring up in the event it is ever needed. So with that, thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions and of course take direction.
Awesome. Holy man. That is a lot of information, but that's what we're here for. So thank you very much, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a point of clarification here. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's page 65. Ex officio committee members. Does that give the Reeve in this particular case an extra vote, or does it replace one of the committee member votes?
Mr. Chair, members of council, I don't think our bylaw specifies it, but it says that the position has the right to vote, and it doesn't speak to any absence of any other member and that right to vote. So I would read that to be that they would have the right to vote, would achieve quorum, and the majority vote would depend on the number of members in the room. But that would be something to define, but usually it means right to vote, same rights as all other members in the room, and that would be allowed for.
Essentially giving an extra vote.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
It's important to recognize, though, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
is that these are only the committees that are established by council. So
Right.
it's not any of the external boards or committees that you are invited to participate in. It is the ones that council establishes under the MGA.
Great. Thank you for that.
Oh, okay. Reeve Holland.
Thank you. On that topic, and once again, awesome. This is really good information. A lot of work that was done here and impressive. But yeah, just on that particular topic, as it was mentioned, pursuant to the MJ, and further that the Reeve must be appointed by name to any board or commission established under Part 17 of the Act. So what, I haven't had a chance to look at the Act. What does that entail?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Part 17 pertains to planning and development.
Okay.
So absolutely, the Reeve can be appointed to any of the committees, MPC, SDAB, but they have to be appointed in name. The ex officio status isn't enough, I guess.
Okay.
There's no prohibition there, though, that they couldn't be appointed. It's just you'd have to be appointed by name.
Okay, and so that doesn't include though legislative bodies like a library board, and that wouldn't include, like the water commission, and it wouldn't include, just want to make sure that, that's not something that can happen. Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody? And you also added in the agenda, you added in like, was it Rocky Views? Robert's rules, all that information and that. So is, I guess from here, where do we want to go? Do we want to come back with some ideas, or how do we, where do we go from here? Reeve Holland?
Rocky View's bylaw is awesome. It is so detailed and it leaves very little gray, which is so incredibly important in my wheelhouse. Leaving out the gray is fantastic. For going forward, as through the administrative report, there are very many items here that I'm wondering if we just can't get one by one to say, okay, does council agree? Or, does council need more time to digest all of the information that was provided here and spoken to this morning? Or do we just start going point by point and see where council sits for the recommendations and changes and whatnot that they would like to see?
I would be okay with that. That way we start beating this down and getting things figured out. We got probably about 15 minutes here before our delegation comes in. So if we want to start, is administration good with that, to start hearing us discussing all this stuff, or does administration have any other input that they want to do? Like, is there a procedural bylaw that you as administration likes and hopes us to push forward? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So absolutely. So that is why Rocky Views was attached, is that it seemed to be quite comprehensive, and all municipalities choose a different approach, of course, they're allowed to. So I mean, that's just my one that I liked and appealed to me, I guess, in terms of the content that was provided to you in the report, but of course, that's up to council. But I also found that the appendix is from the city of Calgary to be quite useful as well, in that they had all of the different motions in a table. And what I liked about it is that it specifically identified where their council has chosen the process that's slightly different from Robert's rules. And it kind of explained that for you. So example, if there was something that Robert's rules might have said needed a 2/3 vote, they have instead chose a majority vote. And they clarified that in there, and they provided a really good definition of the usage and those types of things. So I just found that to be a really good resource. Doesn't mean council has to adopt it, but those are two that stood out to me, but there may be others that you've come across along through your sessions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So yeah, let's I guess let's start the discussion on what we would like to, we as council would like to see in our procedural bylaw, right?
Sure.
And Councillor.
Just gonna add my 2 cents. I really liked Rocky Views. There's a couple little things here and there that I wouldn't mind a little time to mull over to really understand, but 35-page document is very well set up.
Okay. Perfect.
Do you want to just start at the meeting schedule and notice on page 64? And just, you know, these
Yep.
are recommendations that administration would like to have council,
forward,
you
yep.
know, go forward with and discuss. The meeting schedule itself at the, what is it? Administration recommends that council outline a method of notice being by email for council and on the county's website for the public. Where's council at? Because as far as I'm concerned, the notice is kind of how that's kind of how it's happening now, which I think is great.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the meeting notices that we're doing right now. Everybody knows when our next meeting is and that. So, yeah. Is everybody in agreement of that?
And would that, sorry.
Councillor Hall?
On the committee front, I wonder if we wouldn't simplify things by having it just look language that says, you know, the meetings are established by resolution. You know, when we're having to change a bylaw because we moved a committee the whole meeting date. We also regularly, I guess I would look to admin's advice on, do we need to state in the bylaw the exact dates of the meetings? Or do we need to state, you know, that the council meetings will be on the second and fourth Thursdays unless otherwise established by resolution? Because we're always fiddling with them a little bit, like we cancel some, move some. In the summer, we might meet once on the third Thursday or whatever it is. Is there a way to simplify it to create less tripping blocks in the future?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, yeah, absolutely. The MGA doesn't require that the meeting schedule be defined in the bylaw, so you could do a meeting schedule by resolution and establish the regular meeting schedule for council and or committee. Often it's at the organizational meeting, as you're doing now. The bylaw could be amended and that would still comply with the legislation.
Following up on that allows, you know, every org meeting council to decide what's right for them. You know, it could be that a council's elected where they want to meet on Wednesdays or Fridays or, and as long as there's agreement, I don't see any reason why we need to, you know, nail it down so specifically, because our practice is actually to do it by resolution at the org meeting anyway. We vote on the dates and approve them as they are, but.
Yeah, through resolution, and then if we decide that we want to move a meeting for some strange reason, like an RMA conference or something like that, then we do it under the meeting calendars. And it gets moved by resolution then, right? So So I don't know where we're saying there, you wanted
My
it in
my
there,
point
now
is
you
that
don't?
that maybe the bylaw doesn't need to date, say, Thursdays. That it could just simply say by resolution of council. Some councils, we met with one a couple weeks ago. I think they meet 3 times a month. Yeah, based on their busyness or schedule or whatever. I just, as I look at these, I think, what do we do in practice, and how do we make it so that there's less stumbling blocks in the future that doesn't, interfere with our way of doing, our ability to do business. Anyway, so I would say we don't even need to say that it's for whatever it is, for second and fourth Thursdays, that we could just say it's established by resolution at the organizational meeting.
Okay, how does everybody feel about Reeve Holland first?
I guess they, and I totally get exactly where Councillor Hall's coming from, because of course, to change a bylaw for, like we did with the committee of the whole is a perfect example, just happened to be timely because we were know this was coming. My only thing would be is to make sure that there is a place for the public to know, whether it be on the front page of the website, these are when council meetings happen, or somewhere where it's easily accessible so that there's no confusion. And then, of course, if a resolution has made a change to one, then that be flagged, just somewhere so that the public understands our regular schedule.
I think that is through our committee listings. We have that at the end of our committee listings page that says these meetings are on these days and stuff like that.
Absolutely, but I don't
Yeah.
think that goes out to the public,
Ah, okay.
right? It's just making sure that the public knows where we're at with it.
Okay. Councillor Stacey.
Thank you, through the chair. That sort of was going to answer my question. I just, my concern, if any, would be, are we changing consistency for the gallery so that they're aware that the meetings traditionally are on these dates and they would kind of follow it that way? Or maybe it's not an issue, but that would be my only concern, is that for the benefit of the gallery, that they know that second Tuesday or second Thursday and the fourth. So just a comment out there.
Okay, so where do we want to go? It's
Well, and I'm fine with taking out the meeting schedule out of the bylaw just for clarity purposes for dealing with the resolution. But I would also then like to see a very specific pinned spot as soon as you open the website that you know when these meetings are, so that when the public, I don't imagine too many public people or too many people from the public really go through our procedural bylaw.
Yeah.
But it's very much known. I think there is a spot for meeting notices, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a spot for council meetings, but if it needs to be where there's no question.
Okay.
Just there's no question, yeah.
Okay, so I don't think we need to vote on any of this, do we? We're just asking administration to, and as long as administration understands what, okay, perfect. So, requirement to vote, anything,
Would
I
there
like
be any
to-
objection to just asking admin to clean up that section to comply with the act?
Yep.
And if not,
Yep.
you can truck along.
Okay, that's section is done. Procuring interest, conflict of interest, I think that's same sort of deal, clean it up, okay.
Could I suggest, though, that we provide some definitions in there that, like, it'd be nice to have what is a conflict? And I don't know to the extent that's possible, because even when I look at the other bylaws and the act, it's still sort of like grabbing steam, but a reference to conflict is as defined in the act or something, because I mean, I think it was, it's strange legislation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, since conflict is that's an addition to the act. We'll just refer back to the act. It was municipal affairs that wanted to add that section, and I don't think there's been a whole lot of law written about it since that time. So we're just going to refer back to legislation.
Okay, perfect. Special council meetings. I guess just regarding unanimous consent, is required for additional business. Do we want to go with, because we have a motion, majority motion, right? Or unanimous, or
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, so currently your bylaw requires unanimous consent of all members present. All members must be in attendance. The Municipal Government Act is slightly different in that the whole council must be present to add an item, but it says that the council agrees to deal with the matter in question. So the question is really whether it's a majority vote agreement of all of council or if it's unanimous consent. I'm not so sure how many times you have additions to special council meetings. They're usually called for a very defined reason. And so having a higher threshold to add an item to an agenda might be the preferred approach for council, given that A, you want to use your special council meeting time for its intended purpose, and B, you want to make sure that everybody has appropriate notice of the items that are going to be before you.
yeah, okay, that sounds good to me. So so you're gonna enhance it or just keep it the same? Unanimous consent, okay. Okay. Oh, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you through the chair. Just for clarification now, special council meeting in the event that we have, and let's just use the example of the Boyle fire, and the Reeve would have to call an emergency meeting to discuss what we're going to do, and it has to happen right now. How do we put that in place here where we need all of council there for that, or is that just, how's that done?
Sorry, Mr. Chair and members of council, there's two ways to call a special council meeting. Well, there's three, but we'll just start with the two. The Reeve can call a special council meeting with 24 hours notice to all council members and the public. And provided there's a majority of council in attendance, you can proceed with the meeting. The other way is to call a meeting without 24 hours notice, and that could be called, and 2/3 of the council must give written authorization to waive the notice requirement. So those are the two ways to call them emergently, and often in those situations, you get the threshold that you need in order to proceed with the business.
Perfect.
Sorry,
Reeve Holland.
was there a reference, I'm sorry, in the, and I know we're kind of close to 11 here, the Rocky View County with regards to how they did their special meetings? Was it unanimous? I thought I read something in here about it. Like I say, I was really impressed with I know their bylaws long and whatnot, but it is thorough.
It's
And
page
it-
95 of the agenda, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Page 95, so special council meetings may be called by the Reeve, and then special county meetings may be called by the chair in accordance with the committee's terms of reference, or by the chair in accordance with section 194. The terms of reference do not provide for a process. So in that section, it doesn't mention unanimous consent. It doesn't mention, so help me understand
Mr.
that.
Chairman, it references section 194 of the act.
Okay,
All those things show up in section 194.
and so really we
It talks
should,
about the 2/3
Okay.
requirement for less than 24 hours. So that section is pretty comprehensive.
okay,
You're really not required to go beyond what the MGA says. In
Right.
fact, you should probably stay consistent with what the MGA says.
thank you. That was the wording I was looking for. And so the unanimous consent thing, I think, really ties hands, right? And I agree. I think we should be as consistent with the MGA as possible instead of. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm at. I'm not necessarily all about leaving ours as unanimous consent. I'd rather follow the MGA.
Okay, how does everybody feel about that, following the MGA? Yep,
It makes sense to me.
okay,
I'm going to speak against that from the perspective that if we have a special meeting and you call a special meeting, the notice is so short in 24 hours that if you don't know at the beginning of 24 hours that you want to add item B to, like, you're putting it on for item A, if you don't know that you also want to have B on, it really makes me wonder, like, chances are good you know everything you're going to want on that particular meeting. And I'm uncomfortable with the idea that you can have a special meeting, which because of the notice period, it's conceivable not all of council could or would attend. That something can get added as a surprise at the meeting, that anybody who's not attending didn't have notice of. So it creates a situation where you can have a surprise edition that a person who might have been absent for part of this, for the special meeting, would have rearranged their life to be there had they known that item would be on. Like because sometimes we have special meetings and we've historically had them where it's a matter of sort of a procedural adopting something or kind of a routine. We used one time, we had a committee of the whole meeting. We got to kind of the end of the budget. We used the process to have 2/3 of council sign off on a no notice period, but we approved the budget. It was fairly straightforward. I'm uncomfortable with the idea that, on 24 hours notice, you can add something at the end and somebody who may have said, that's so routine, I trust my colleagues to handle it, and then have something on that they would have come for, but didn't.
Just hang on.
Sorry, Mr. Chair
Yeah.
and members of council, if I may just speak to that, because consistent with what you're saying is the MGA does require that all members of council be in attendance for an addition to a special council meeting agenda. It's just a matter of the vote. So council currently requires everyone to agree. The MGA provides that council agrees. So that would be a majority vote. But again, all members of council must
And my
be.
concern is alleviated.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a delegation coming in. We'll hang on to this thought and we'll come back to it. So thank you. Page 7. No, we'll come back to it.
Till it turns red.
Good morning. Our delegation has arrived, Mystic Meadows Management Society. My name is Rob Mintz. I'm the chairperson for the Committee of the Whole, Deputy Reef, and go around and we'll introduce everybody and then we'll get you guys you people to introduce yourselves, and please use the mics and that. And yeah, we're going to be down to about a 15-minute presentation. We're fairly busy today, so thank you very much. I'll start on my right.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm Tracy Holland, Division 5 Counselor, as well as Reeve of the County.
Thank you for coming today. My name is Ken Stasiuk. I am Division 1 Counselor, your area, down in Rochester.
Good morning, I'm Cody Callahoo, Division 9, so north of the river area. Welcome.
Good morning, Brian Hall. I was elected in Division 4.
Welcome, Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prosvita areas.
Councillor Cheeson.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3, so Caslin, Boyle, Elscott area. Good morning.
And good morning again, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area. We have with us Mr. Jordan Schinkelberg, the communications coordinator, Miss Leah Blair, recording secretary, and CAO, Mr. Beck. And please take it away.
Hi, I'm Maddie Dickner. I'm president for Mystic Meadows. I'm Corey Allison, treasurer for Mystic Meadow and year-round user of the property. So I'm just going to start my timer. So our first agenda item is a memorandum of agreement that we have had with the county for many years, the 11 years that I've been president plus prior to that. We'd like to renew it. It expires in 2026, so December of 2026. So again, we'd like to renew for a 5-year period.
Okay, so that one there, that'll be going through administration. That doesn't come through council, eh?
Okay,
So- Okay,
so I will contact Bob.
you betcha.
Okay.
Thanks.
The next one is our golf cart usage. We sent a letter through Bob last year to the county requesting that we get permission to use golf carts in Mystic Meadows. We currently have 9 owners of golf carts. The council did address that issue on August 19th of 2025, and it was my understanding that it was dropped because of administration issues. I listened to your meeting through via streamed. And I just want to address it again, bring it forward again, because the reasons we like the golf carts in Mystic Meadows, we're a small community with 3 loops. Our loops are deemed at 30 kilometers per hour. The main road that crosses the loops is 623, Township Road 623, and it's deemed 50 kilometers within Mystic Meadows, which according to the province's guidelines, that is the perfect speed limits for golf carts. The other reason we like the idea of golf carts is because our landowners visit each other a lot. We prefer those over quads. Golf carts maximum are 30 kilometers an hour. That's the speed that they go at. Quads can go up to 70 kilometers an hour. Even though we have the speed limits within Mystic Meadows, doesn't deem that the riders will stay within those speed limits. They're much more quiet. The noise level is one of the detriments about quads versus a golf cart. So we'd like the council to take a look at this again. If it's an administration issue, we're more than willing to work with you guys and we could administer them ourselves, if that's possible. Any questions?
Oh, and we do have a pitch and putt there. So people are using golf carts.
Okay. Okay. Look like any questions, so keep going. Yeah, we'll ask questions at the end if
Okay.
we have any.
Our next point is the snow removal within the loops at Mystic Meadows. We do have a grader operator that comes and does 623. But in the last year, before that, we didn't seem to have a problem. But this year with the snowfall we got, he would bypass the loops altogether. He would do 623. And we always thought, and we were always told by the county, that he would do the main loops first, the main roads first, then come back and do Mystic. So about 2 or 3 days. Well, that didn't happen this year. Our landowners actually had to call the county to get him to come and do the loops. We want to know why we are always missed. We have 19 full-time residents in those loops. So when it snows like it snowed last year, that is incredible trying to get people out. We spent more time pulling people out of ditches because there was so much snow on the county roads. So our main concern is getting him in the loops. He does not have to do all the driveways. We have already talked to the county about that. We have a groundskeeper. My husband has a Bobcat. If he comes in and does the main road, we can take care of doing the entrances for the full-time residents. He just needs to come and do his pass. But we need to be guaranteed that he's coming in.
Go ahead. Reba.
Sorry, just so that I understand, and I don't want to forget, are the loops on private land or are they county roads?
They're county roads.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Crossing our creek. So currently the creek runs through Mystic Meadows. We have 2 quarters to the south of us that we have not been able to access for the last 10, 12 years. We used to have a berm that came across that creek, but because of the beavers, there's a big culvert on that berm. They have plugged that culvert. We have tried to blast those dams away privately. We've used many machines to try and get it out of there, but they continuously come and clog the culvert. So it's creating the water to rise, and it's washed out 50 feet of the berm. So now we have no access to those 2 quarters unless we go all the way around Mystic Meadow and talk to our private landowners beside us to access those 2 quarters. So we need to access those 2 quarters for trails, for quad trails, for walking trails, just to enjoy our 2 quarters of our land. There's a 50-foot span. So basically what we're asking council is, do you have any ideas on how we can cross this 50-foot span? We have racked our brains, the board, landowners, trying to figure out how to cross this 50-foot span down by the creek. I don't know if council can do anything about it because I think it's on our private land.
Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
My suggestion would be reach out to our agricultural fieldman and see if he would be able to assist you in any way possible.
To environment?
Agricultural fieldman
Thanks.
with the county.
Because we have approached Alberta Environment to make sure that we weren't going to do any damage to the environment. They have told us as long as we do not put dirt in there, as long as we do not fill that pond with dirt, we're okay. But we will reach out to Alberta Agricultural. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That is working on private land though, and we don't usually work on private land. So that berm was probably, because I remember discussing this before, that berm was probably an old beaver dam that was in there, and the culvert was placed in there so the water could still flow, and the beavers are plugging that off. There's what we call through Athabasca County, through Alice committee, through agriculture, is a control structure called a beaver stop, which is a pipe placed in there that keeps control of the water flow. And beavers don't plug that off. So that's something that you'll probably be has to look at. Reeve Holland.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask a question of chairman's is, can they reach out to Alice for a project, or is that something in their wheelhouse?
Probably not through Alice. Well, you could reach out to Alice because Athabasca Watershed Council works in there too. And this is based on the watershed. So they might be able to help you in that end also through the Athabasca Watershed Council. So, and I have some numbers in that. We have numbers here in Athabasca County that can be given to you.
Okay.
Good.
And our 5th point is the water transfer station for for Rochester Caslin. You've got the report from I can't remember who it's from. I just want to make sure that council does not forget about it. The majority of the landowners in Mystic Meadows some of them are on wells, some of them are potable water, and we usually go to Collington or DAP to get our water. So we are spending an hour, most residents, or they're having their water brought in. A water transfer station would be a great thing for Rochester and for Caslin. I do have a question for you guys, is what is the difference between the water station and a reservoir?
The what you're looking at is the Water for Life grant that we went out to do a feasibility study of bringing water that way, taking water to Caslin, places like that. Water for Life grant it's from the point of origin, which is wherever the water treatment plant is, to an actual reservoir. And it's not into a community like Rochester itself. It's just to a reservoir, and that's where people fill up with their bulk water. And so that's what that study was done there. And if I remember right, it's possibly around 37.8 million to bring water down to the Rochester area. So that's where that is kind of sitting, and I'll guarantee you that it will not be forgotten due to the fact of your counselor sitting here. So, but I'll let them talk. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Stasiak.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. There's been a lot of discussion about water coming into Rochester, but in the meantime, I'm trying to analyze the cost effectiveness of what it would cost to provide water for how many people. And then that brings to mind the possibility of hauling it there, piping it there. I don't know how else you can get it there, but we have to be sure to represent all of the county that it becomes feasible and not extremely cost ineffective to get water. So not telling you that we're not going to do this, but we have to be very cautious and we have to study this very thoroughly because it's everybody's taxpayers' dollars that are going towards this project. And hopefully in the future, like we've got a grant going on right now, we aren't even sure when our next turn would be to get another grant. So I can assure you that as long as I'm on council, we aren't going to forget about it. I just can't assure you of a date that we will do something or be able to do something. If that helps you.
That's all I wanted, that it's not forgotten.
It's not.
Well, very well said. Reeve Holland.
And I think you were asking as well what the difference is between a reservoir, standalone reservoir, and a piped in truck fill. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
So you were wondering if there's possible to build a reservoir and truck water to it? And so that you have a place that you can come to similar to a truck fill, but not piped directly, just a reservoir. I don't know if that's something I know we've seen in a couple of different RMAs and that kind of thing. There's different standalone systems, but again, the cost is huge. So I don't know if that would be something that Rochester would even consider in the area for a local improvement or something like that, but it would be something that the cost is massive. So even as we mentioned, the Water for Life grant, it covers as it sits, and who knows if we're going to continue to see those, but as it sits, there's 90% coverage of the grant. But so at 37.8 million, you're still looking at 3.7 million that the county would have to fund. And it's not a small, when our budgets are, 34, 35 million, 3.7 or 4 million out of that is huge. So it's difficult. But again, I would like to see water in every direction from, because as water is becoming more and more prevalent in the news and in people's minds of the priority and the need and that kind of thing, I would like to see that. But again, it's going to warrant budgets, right? Budgets are going to warrant how we do it. And a standalone system, I don't even know what the cost would be for that.
So the other question I have is if you're looking at piping it in, doing a transfer station, where does that pipe originate? Does it originate from Athabasca or would it originate closer, like from Collington to Rochester?
That's what the feasibility study or the study looks at. Do we come off of Collington? Do we come out of Athabasca? Because the main water treatment plant through the commission is here in Athabasca, and we do have water pipe to Collington right now. So I think they looked at it from coming from Collington, but we are looking, we are putting a water line out west to West Baptiste area, Island Lake area, and that was due to the fact that of seven municipalities coming together to work together for it. So that was a lot of the reason why we got that grant. But let's say if we got the water line out there, would it be feasible to come off of that water line? It's just that would be getting looked at that point in time.
Yep. Any other questions? Those are my points.
That's just, thank you through the chair. Just want to also point out that the quote that Reeve Holland has pointed out at 3.7, that's today's prices.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily, or last year's prices.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't necessarily reflect what it's going to be when this actually could happen. Plus, also keep in mind that there is a maintenance cost on a reservoir itself. It just doesn't stand by itself without dollars thrown at it to keep it up and running. So just please understand that this is big dollars we're talking here. And, you know, I'm all in for getting water there, but I have to also be conscious of what it's going to cost everybody in the county in general. Now, I also do have another question, if I may. Thank you. You're talking about this pond. Is that a pond or is that an expanded part of the creek itself?
It's part of the creek.
Okay,
The
so-
pond that the beavers have created just gets larger and larger because of the dams.
Right, okay, so what my concern is here is that, would that fall under the jurisdiction of the provincial government because it is a creek, or perhaps even fisheries and oceans? So when we talked also a little bit about this pond leveling apparatus that through Alice that would go underneath this thing, you would still have to put dirt over top of it. So in response to your inquiry through Alberta Environment, where they say you cannot put dirt, I'm not sure how a pond leveler would possibly help you if you have to put dirt over it.
So my understanding about piping, would it not go into the culvert that's currently there and clearing that culvert?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't have to. It can go off to the side. All that it gets set in place for it keeps the level of the pond itself. So whatever level of the pond you want, you set your pond leveler at. So
Mr. Chairman, I just point out, we're not the authority for that. That's Alberta Environment. We have to defer to whatever the province tells you to do under the Water Act. There's huge fines for doing things against the Water Act. So
yeah,
we wouldn't counsel anyone to do anything if it's the jurisdiction of the province.
yeah. So
Okay.
so I guess is that all the from
That's
what-
all the points I have. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Reeve Holland.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to touch base back on the golf cart. There is a mention in the report that it says Athabasca County is participating in a pilot project. Athabasca County is not participating in a pilot project. That would be the Summer Village of Whispering Hills. Okay, and I know when I went back and reviewed as well the meeting and kind of listened to, so that I could refresh my memory. And it was very evident that there is it's heavily requires a lot of administrative work for that. And so to be able to add another item on to our administration that is already overloaded is extremely difficult. So I just wanted to touch base that we are waiting to hear back on how other pilot projects have taken place and what's happened with them, how they looked, what are their challenges. I'm understanding there's even challenges with the pilot project itself in some areas. So I think for what council had discussed back in when that meeting, it was basically we understood that our administration wouldn't be able to take it on, being all of our priorities that we've already given them. But that we would, as members of council, that we would probably pay really close attention to what happened in other jurisdictions and their pilots so that we became a little more informed on whether or not that's something that we can take on. So it's, it's something of interest for sure, right?
So the pilot project that I say is within Athabasca County,
Mhm.
because Island Lake is within Athabasca County, they're administering that pilot project on their own. Is there a possibility that Mystic Meadows could pilot that project on their own? If it's not the county that's administering it?
Is that the Summer Village of Island Lake?
It's a summer village of, Whispering Hills.
Whispering Hills.
Yeah,
is
there
where-
was 5 locations in Alberta that was given the mandate from the government to try out these pilot projects because they were getting hammered on. So one is Coaldale down southern Alberta, the town of Coaldale. So I think Barhead has one going on at or over by Lac St. Anne and stuff like that, which I think is probably another summer village. But so to wait to see how these pilot projects go for them and then gather that information is what I think Reeve Holland is talking about is there's pilot projects going. Let's see what they find out and then we can maybe look at it ourselves here. But yeah, I guess we're pretty well done out of time. So thank you very much. We'll be discussing this later on in the meeting and that if and administration will be probably reaching back out to you and letting you know what was discussed later on.
Okay, thank you for
Okay.
your time.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in and safe trip home. No snow yet. So you want to take a couple minute break or?
Could I say, let's not, because the
Okay.
habit is to take a break, come back and take lunch. Could we just work our way through it till lunch?
Sure, okay. We can, we'll get Ms. McConnell to pop back in and we'll keep on rolling. No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with giving her. So we'll get back to the meeting procedural bylaw and starting at page 63. We went into 65.
We were just gonna double check and make sure council was good with going with the MGA, consistent with the MGA for special council meetings.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't remember where and that's where we agreed to. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so special council meetings are done with. Okay, perfect. Now we'll go to committee of the whole, governance and priorities committee. So I guess, do we want to change it? So we're asking, do we want to change the name? What does everybody think of that? Do you want to go to a governance and priorities committee or?
I'll tell you why I would like to change it is because when we talk about our COW meetings, the acronym is just COW, right? People are really, I would like to see a change, but then it would become the GAP committee. So, I'm not sure what's better.
Councillor Hall?
So I think 2 weeks ago when we met in Edmonton for strategic planning, we came up with some amendments to how we do business. And I think Ms. McConnell has good suggestions and I no objection to doing that. But keeping in mind, we also sort of collectively agreed we would change the function of how those reports come in and try to make it more, honestly, try to make it more effective and more continuous improvement. And so I think, COW was an improvement from maybe what we had. And this to me is another step in the direction of continuous improvement. So considering what I think collectively agreed to at the strategic discussion and these recommendations, it's a good idea.
Can you run by what we collectively agreed to? Was it to change motion? I can't remember.
Just on how the reports come in so that they're not going to be 400 pages once a month. The facilitator proposed a restructuring of how the directors provide information and what they provide to keep council focused on governance, but also to make sure we were informed, but not necessarily in the weeds all the time, because there's an acknowledgement of the incredible amount of time preparing those reports takes, and to try to get council information, but also free up administrative time to actually, to do their jobs. I'm probably would defer to the CIO for the more specific notes on that, because he was sitting beside the note taker.
So we're looking at the reports from the directors is what you're talking about, and not from the committees. So, okay. Yeah. Yeah. All.
So if I may, it was mentioned, I think further along, about the reports changing to quarterly. I am wholeheartedly in agreement with that and doing a quarterly schedule. So it's, the directors have that opportunity, one quarter, or how it would work, I guess, one meeting would be one department, the next meeting would be another department, thing scheduling. So everybody is on a quarterly rotation, rather than it be quarterly for everybody at the same time, but rather there be a rotation. So one month is Public Works, the next month would be Corporate Services, the next month, and it's all quarterly after that. I don't know if that's feasible or whatnot, but it just seemed easier for not only the departments to be on a quarterly report, but easier for council not to see quarterly reports from 4 departments all at once, right? It's coming once a month scenario, but I don't know how council would feel about that.
I think we discussed that before regarding having quarterly reports exactly the way you're talking about. And I can't remember if administration kind of agreed with that, and then that way not everybody's coming in at the same time. Or, we talk about Public Works at one point. The next meeting we talk about, like you said, talk about finance or corporate services or planning and development, protective, whatever that long jargon is. But yeah,
Community and Protective Services.
Community and Protective Services, yes. So there's kind of like four entities, and then 5th with the CAO reports that come in. So I would be in agreement with that. And then that way we have one report in front of us instead of a whole bunch we got to read, and unless there's something going on
Right.
that we absolutely need to know about, I think it'd be a great idea. So
Does that work for administration?
We would take that under advisement.
Okay.
right on.
Okay.
So
And then I guess just one quick question as well with the committee of the whole, are we moving into a scenario where we have motions? There are some motions I noticed that could be done here to just get, administration to provide more information and that kind of thing. Are we going to be looking at where we're able to have more authority in the committee, or where is everyone at with that? Because I know sometimes it becomes frustrating that we're not able to deal with the subject right away, that has to be recommended to council. That seems to be quite a frustration amongst council. Does it become a scenario where we turn it into a special meeting if we need to make decisions? But I know it's something that we've always seemed to have a bit of rough time when it comes, we have to recommend that to council, and then it waits, right?
So is there a way that we can make have more authority in this meeting easier? Or because it used to be under Public Works, it used to have county council at the bottom there or something like that, that actually a motion could be made and then it's approved by council and that, but that doesn't happen in this agenda.
Yeah, we're not sure about how Public Works Committee was actually how they conducted business in the past. I don't think we'd want to go back there.
No.
If you want to examine models where you basically have 3 council meetings per month instead of 2, which is what you're talking about, we could certainly do that where you have authority. That would be governance and priorities meeting would be one where they have it's basically another council meeting. You got to question whether or not a county our size needs 3 full council meetings per month. If we're required to that, I question how we're doing business, but.
So the governance and priority committee would be just to look at policies and bylaw, or not really bylaws, but to move things forward as we're doing right now, right? And then we recommend to council.
Mr. Chairman, based on what I've seen of other places, they essentially become a third council meeting, or sometimes it's used by certain counties that only have one council meeting per month, and then they have a governance and priorities meeting, which is a second council meeting. We already have 2 regular meetings per month, which is the norm among counties. If we're trying to talk about adding a third, again, I question how we're doing business.
Okay, okay, just hang on, Councillor Chownsend.
I think I'm in opposition of having that authority. I personally like the idea of having, as plans have laid out before, of some sort of strategic direction of planning. You know, we have highly controversial subjects that gives us time to be able to mull over and have a healthy debate without having council rooms. I don't want to be here to 6 p.m.
Okay, neither do I.
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of echo Councillor Chamzik. I thought I was gonna be devil's advocate here and have a different perspective, so thank you. I don't think we need 3 council meetings either, and I do appreciate these. I think it's also a safe space for, admin to, get us up to speed and whatever, and it gives us time, or especially me, like being a newbie, it gives me that time before the next council meeting to learn and research things that maybe I need a little better understanding on. And I do find that this is a more relaxed space, and I think that we need that more than we need more council meetings. That's just my opinion.
Okay, Revolved.
So I guess, and I'm in agreement, just was opening this up because it seems to be a bone of contention. So then they mention in your report that says further, the committee may provide direction to administration with instructions for additional review or research. So that is actually a motion that I would like to be able to say that we don't have to recommend, because as it currently says in our bylaw, we have to recommend. That would be one of the areas that I would like to be able to at least give direction to administration without having to recommend it to council to give direction. If we could make that.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's exactly it, is to have more of that, I guess, defined mandate or scope of the committee, and that it is understood that administration can take direction from this committee. Not to that you would be finalizing anything, that would still be up to council, but it's about, if we're bringing a policy to you and you're like, ooh, you know what, I'd like you to send that back and look at it at a different direction. I think that that's an appropriate authority for a committee of the whole to have, because nothing's being finalized, but it is making sure the alignment with your strategic priorities is continually there with new initiatives and policies. Things like that.
Perfect. Okay, no, that works for me. No, do we want to, while we're talking about, do we want to change the name? Or just leave it committee of the whole? I think that's the biggest question here right now.
I think it's like you mentioned in your report that it's generally called Governance and Priorities Committee, and if we need an acronym, GAP is better than CAL.
Okay,
Just my personal opinion.
okay, that works for me. Also, everybody else looking, yeah. Okay, perfect. Organizational meetings, acting reeve. Do we want somebody named as an acting reeve? In case the reeve and the deputy reeve can't make it. Do we want to go there?
Sorry, if I may, I don't
Yep.
want to interject, but I did review Rocky Views just in between. They don't have an acting reeve, but what they do have is provisions in the bylaw that what would happen in the event that both the reeve and the acting reeve are absent, and it would be, the CAO would call the meeting to order, and then for that meeting, an acting chair or reeve would be determined so we can incorporate that if council doesn't want to go that direction.
I think that'd be a good idea. Hey, I think, yeah, then we look after it right from there. Perfect. Ex-official committee membership. That's for the reeve to be named as a ex-official. How does everybody feel about that? First being the reeve, what do you think?
Like you said, it's been repealed from the MGA.
Good.
Well, council can grant that status. It has been repealed, so I think it's something that if we're being consistent with the MGA.
Okay.
I just found that when people hear that, they kind of go, whoa, you mean you can really, be that lopsiding vote, right? And I'm it's uncomfortable.
Okay.
Now, if there needs to be a situation where an alternate maybe not be able to make a meeting, so the regular member can't make it, the alternate can't make it, possibly the reeve be the person that's asked to try and fill that spot, I'm okay with that, if council's okay with that.
How does council feel about that? That if the regular two members and the alternate can't make it, or the alternate can make it and can Reeve join in? Is that what you're
Right.
trying to say?
Yeah, because we had a situation like that for an IMC meeting, for example, and use the ex officio aspect of it, but it just seems, I don't know, overreach for me personally. That's just how I feel about that. And I would just say that's probably why it was repealed. I don't know.
I like the idea of staying with the MGA, but Councillor Hall, you wanted to say?
Actually, what committees are we actually talking about though? It's like, it's in our structure, it's relatively few. Community transportation. IMC, I don't, are those committees of council or are they intermunicipal committees? I would not even clear if that would qualify. So I'm trying to think aside from community transportation, what other committees it would be. It would be like if we had a governance and priorities committee that was not the entire council, right? Or we had a budget and finance committee that, where you had 5 of 9 were on that committee and a policy review committee that was 5 of 9. Clearly ex officio piece, would apply to those, but most of our, I guess I'm just having trouble going through my mind. Does this even apply anyway? With the exception of community transportation, which is a county committee. Can you think of others?
Well, I'm just looking at I'm thinking of the whole list of committees that we have 20 some odd different committees. So,
Water commissions, commissions,
yeah. But we've got the retention and without having to look at the list. What do you mean it's not ours? Well, I'm referring to all of our committees. So again, not the ones that have legislative boards, but we have over 20 some odd committees that somebody's responsible to be attending.
Sorry, it's the committees of council, and which means it's a committee that's established by this council. So like retention, that's a no because it's not established here. We're invited to participate by the town. Getting rid of it is fine for me. I just, because I actually don't think that there's, like, when we really step back and look at it, I don't think there's very many things that it applies to start with.
So just to make sure we're talking apples to apples, you're the ex official committee members is just the committee of council. These other ones, the Reeve doesn't have ex officio thing attendance on?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I would suggest not. The way the act was worded previously, it refers specifically to council committees. And the way that's is defined in the act, it's the ones that are established by council, and it actually excludes like the Part 17 committees. So I would say that when that was in place in the act, that was the intended purpose. If there are though, like as an alternative, I guess, is if council has a new committee that you want to establish and you feel like that would be an important requirement for the membership, you could build that on a case by case basis into a committee. If there was something like an ad hoc that, lots of work needs to get done in a short period of time and you're establishing this committee, you could explicitly state for those reasons that the Reeve would have that authority, and otherwise just stay consistent with the act if there's some uncertainty there.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to just stay with the MGA. Perfect. Agenda review. I don't know. Go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, we already kind of have a team that both Deputy Reeve and I attend agenda reviews and reading. It's a comfort for me that if one of us only reviews it and something happens to that one, somebody else has already got the information. They're able to step in and take it on right away. So I like the fact that the team has basically already been established to do that. Specifying it, I think, is great. Just to know that there is succession should something happen, right? Somebody gets sick or, has to be somewhere else. The other person then is able to just pick up from that agenda review. So I enjoyed the fact that we're able to work like that. And I think it's important to specify it so that everyone is aware that we have a team that does the agenda reviews.
Some of it was discussed that of looking at it a month ahead. You were discussing that kind of thing where an agenda review committee would be looking at an agenda like 2 months from now or a month from now or something like that.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So I think just if I may, the bylaw currently just states the reeve. So absolutely that can be enhanced that the deputy reeve would be part of that process. And it would just be, I guess it would be give that authority to help plan agenda items, additions that might be coming forward. And it kind of works, doesn't just put administration in the seat to say like yes or no. It really gives that team the looking ahead, like as an example, we know a delegation has come in, a request. What is the best time to bring them forward? Maybe it's not the most immediate meeting. Maybe it would be better to look at it for the next meeting or the month, thereafter, and just kind of build that in there. I don't know that the agenda process would allow currently for looking at a month and ahead. I don't know that there's continual update of that, but at least it gives that opportunity to plan coordinating items together, and it's not just limited necessarily to the current agenda at hand.
Perfect. Right on. So we'll just put down the team of reeve and deputy reeve and go from there. Everybody okay with that? Everybody's,
So I thought I'd just interject. Some places do rotate among members of council, and each member of council gets a turn on the agenda review committee. Just so you know,
oh, okay.
some places have done that,
Yeah.
so that there's no perception that all the agendas are always have an influence from only one aspect of council. It's absolutely clear everyone gets to a seat on the agenda review committee at one time in their term. So just an idea.
I don't mind
And I
that.
think the current procedural bylaw is pretty silent on agenda review for committee of the whole. Just doesn't even talk about it at all. So we are following the policy as if it's a council meeting, but technically there's no direction there whatsoever.
Okay. Okay, so I don't mind that idea either, just due to the fact it's kind of like having the some places the deputy mayor is a member of council that switches out instead of being voted in and stuff like that. So what's everybody's thoughts on that? If you want to be like the reeve would be the main one, and then a member of council. Everybody okay with that?
Okay, as the way it is, or if we differ.
Okay.
I mean, I like to learn new things and it might be a good thing for me to go through and learn, so I'd be okay with taking a turn at it or whatever council decides, but I would be okay with doing that.
Thank you. Actually, I believe the county of Thornhill, they rotate their deputy reeve every 8 months.
Yeah.
And so would this be a deputy reeve position or just a member?
No.
No, that would be a separate matter. We're
Okay.
just
No,
talking.
no, but
about-
I'm just saying the person on the review board, normally, in our case here, is the reeve as well as the deputy reeve. So would you have to hold that title to be on that board, or be just a normal member? Like a
It
normal,
could be, what I'm talking about is other municipalities. It specifies that there's an agenda review committee, and it's just, you don't have to be the deputy reeve to be
Okay.
the other member. It's rotated through all of council, so they all get a chance at reviewing the agendas before they go out to the rest of council during their term.
my take on it then, I guess, is I'm more than happy to participate, but I like the way the machine is running right now, and if they're happy, I'm happy.
The one thing I was gonna say though is that, okay, so let's look at at how these meetings are run. So if the reeve can't be there, the deputy reeve looks after it. If the deputy reeve can't be there for the new governance and priorities committee, the reeve looks after it. So maybe we should just keep it the same. And then that way the reeve and deputy reeve are looking at the same agendas, right?
Totally, I get it, and I think if both of us can't be there, both the deputy reeve and the reeve can't be there, then by resolution, then somebody else can be added as the acting. So we have an acting chair or an acting reeve, or, you know, as we discussed earlier, would we not be able to add that same by resolution to say, hey, you know, maybe you can't be there, so maybe we can appoint someone else. Maybe I can't be there, we can appoint someone else, so that there is still that opportunity afforded to other members of council. It's not really a whole big thing because it's an agenda that's owned by administration, really. We don't have influence on making a whole
Changing
ton- you know, changing it by any means. It's just discussion to really understand in case there's questions that come forward that we're able to answer. So unless we're doing more, unless we need to get into more detail of the agendas, but yeah, just to make sure that there's coverage. That's my biggest thing is that there's coverage.
I think the CAO suggestion that there's a rotating committee is a good one. It's rare that it occurs where the chair of one meeting or the other doesn't know that they're not going to be at the actual meeting when the agenda review takes place. And in those circumstances, like, I think we're robust enough that everybody gets the agenda far enough in advance that, you know, you can manage to chair the meeting without having sat through the agenda review. But the idea of having the committee chair and a rotating member of council roll through, you know, with that would really work out to 6-month blocks, I think, with 8 alternate people and 48 months in the term. It would be useful for building skills and trust, and I think it would be helpful for trust building at the council table. So I'd be 100% behind it.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Just going back real quick to, before I forget about it, I know it mentioned in the Rocky View County that the procedures for meetings, like in the procedural bylaw, all the procedures of the bylaw was for every meeting of council, so I would hope we would adopt that as well for the committee of the whole, just because it was mentioned. But yeah, with regards to, if, you know, if council wants to come and do agenda reviews, you know, it's going to be one of those situations that the only thing that I worry about is that for something that may take 3/4 of an hour, you're asking someone from Wandering River to come in. So there's the distances become the issue. So I would almost put it forward to who would volunteer to want to do it, rather than making a mandate that each division has to do it, because some people might not want to make that trip. Just thoughts.
You make a good point, and you know, some of us have meetings on Fridays and everything else too that wouldn't be able to attend anyways.
Mr. Chairman, there's no reason these meetings couldn't be online.
Very true.
I mean, we're allowed to have council meetings virtually, so to review an agenda should be absolutely doable virtually.
Yep. Absolutely.
Councillor Calhoun.
Like I said, I'm sort of being Switzerland here and I'm fine either way, but I'm leaning towards, I would like to try, and if, like Councillor Hall said, it is gonna maybe do some trust building and stuff around this table, then let's look at the positives and aim for that, right?
Okay, so look at having what Councillor Hall said, having the chairperson of the meeting, which is usually the reeve and somebody else, or the deputy reeve being chairperson of the governance and priorities committee meeting, and a we could.
And I guess for other reasons, I'm like, I like the Zoom option. Some people might be, you know, might be easier for them because of distance, whatever. And then I don't know, then if we let someone opt out, if they're not interested, like Reeve Holland suggested, like if, yeah, maybe we need to have more conversation around adaptability, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Okay,
And
well, what,
I'm trying really hard not to go back to the trust building concerns. There should be trust there to begin with, when you put somebody in that position. So not to say that there's concern or would dig my heels and say, forget it by any means, but I just would caution the word of trust building when that trust building should already be there with the person in the position.
Yeah, well, maybe we should think about that one for a little bit and everybody knows what I feel about Zoom, but it's, it is what it is. So we can keep going here. Lunch is not quite ready yet, I don't think. Counselor additions. So this is where the notice of motions and all this other stuff come into play. And you know what? I'm gonna speak up about it right now. I'd rather do a notice of motion than an RFD. Cause I don't really enjoy doing RFDs, trying to. Yeah, no, I am on the wavelength of notice of motions. How's everybody else feeling?
I agree with you. I've always felt RFDs are very heavily administrated.
Perfect, perfect.
I think part of the history there was, it's an evolution. And it was, you know, when that came in, it seems to me it was about trying to find a way to have something coming to the agenda in advance, so there was notice, so there was not sort of these things popping up. And so I don't think what's happening is really what we probably collectively intended when it started. Because I think the ideal circumstance, whatever you want to call it, it's an announcement that something's coming, but it's also seeking council support to have admin do an admin report. So if there's something particularly on the mind of, you know, one of us at the table, to be able to say, colleagues, will you, you know, can I have your support to ask admin to prepare an admin report to talk to us about this particular subject? And, you know, a decision that might be required from it, rather than, as the note says, you know, these are reflect the expertise of the author. I mean, from various individuals over time, we've seen them, and they just, by the nature of them, tend to lean toward the preferred outcome of the author. And I think we will end up with better decisions if we say, I think there's a problem. I'd like your support to get admin to tell us about it and then come back later with the decision. So I completely support the idea of fixing that process so that whether it's notice of motion or whatever. But it's like many things, it's the continuous improvement. This was better than what we had. Now we can move on and make it better than what we've got. And
I could understand where it came from, just due to the fact that I was involved with public works meetings and seeing where a counselor would walk in and say, hey, I'd like to talk about this sign. And it's like administration would sit there and say, okay, well, we need to find out some information on this. So, and I really like the idea of the notice of motion being wrote down and actually given to the recording secretary or whatever to state it on, and then that way it's in writing, but it's just a quick, I'd like to talk about this. And then there's some ownership to the notice of motion without just throwing your hand up saying, hey, let's go down this rabbit hole today, you know, and stuff like that. So perfect. Reeve Holland, I know you wanted.
Thank you. No, I'm wholeheartedly in agreement with the notice of motion. It's been a pull here, rip it out here. Why didn't you put one in? Why did you put one in? And it's just been, we're just trying to move business forward. So my only concern would be absence of a form and absence of understanding how notice of motion works. So some clear direction on how the notice of motion works, as well as a form that everybody's filling out the same format of what that looks like. I've seen some municipalities who do very formal notice of motions where whereas is used and all the, you know, jargon similar to the RMA resolutions that we've
God.
seen. So, you know, I would like to see a form that's, everybody is in agreement that we follow the same process so that it's clear, professional, looks good. Everybody understands what's going on. So yeah, I'm totally in agreement with the notice of motion and remove that why did you, why didn't you aspect.
Okay, perfect. I think administration's got that under control. Got a couple more minutes here. Agenda adoption and consent agenda. Reeve Holland.
Thank you. I think it's been known, I'm not in favor of a consent agenda. We have items that are on our agendas that we don't discuss. And some people are insulted because we don't discuss them, or we don't acknowledge certain items. And even if we just go through and say, you know, hey, this was a great report, you know, if it makes the consent agenda, it's usually because it's been such a great report, we don't have to have that conversation. We don't have to have a debate, but I'm not in favor of consent agendas. They're not properly addressed in our bylaw. As far as I'm concerned, there's best practices on how to establish them and what type of items are included in a consent agenda. I would like to see it disappear altogether, in my personal opinion.
Okay. Counselor Chomsik.
I could get about that too, is I've always felt that very much we do a lot of really great things and a lot of really great things happen. And oftentimes I feel that they're unseen.
Counselor Stasiak.
Thank you. I have to agree. I think that when something gets to the position of being on the agenda, it's certainly, to my opinion, worthy of discussing, even though if it's very brief, but it made it there, it should be discussed. I agree.
Okay. Counselor Hall.
I think that's a mistake. The consent idea is that non-controversial things that are simple, like the accepting of reports or tabling, like some items. The problem that we had is we want to spend our time when we're together, which is limited to twice per month, focused on the things that matter and engaging in robust discussions about things where there actually is debate. And, putting on the agenda a motion to accept that the CIO gave away $10 worth of hats to a community barbecue. To me, that's the perfect item to go on a consent agenda. We don't need to talk about it. Instead, because it invariably slows down the meeting and progress on items, so that when you do have something that maybe warrants a little bit more discussion, we actually have time in the day and time in the agenda to do it. So I think used properly, the consent agenda can make our meetings more effective, where we can get better work done and have more time for things that really matter, rather than wasting time talking about things that there's no debate on.
Reeve Holland.
Thank you. If it's not necessary to debate it, it shouldn't be on the agenda. And so the other point that I'd like to bring forward are from residents. I've had several residents over the years mention to me, why didn't you even discuss that? That was on the agenda. Why wasn't that mentioned? Had I known, if you mentioned it, I would have known about it. It's not that our residents are going to spend the same amount of time that we do reading agendas to know what's going on. And so to be able to, quite often I'm hearing that people will, as they're vacuuming, they've got their earbuds in and they're listening to the live stream. They're not reading an agenda package. So for me, I don't think it's a mistake at all. I think it gives us the opportunity to give our residents who we work for what they deserve, the information that they deserve to hear.
I tend to agree that a lot of our agendas and our meeting is for the residents. That's who we are essentially here by. And, for the little examples of, the $10, $100, whatever it is for that community, somebody has taken the time to write the county for that. They probably are more invested into the county. And you know what? That little bit of exposure also isn't a bad highlight as well.
I'm just going to say, though, it's factually not true that if something doesn't need a debate, it shouldn't be on the agenda. There are things that we're required to approve or do or acknowledge that are just not controversial. So they're still necessary to occur, but they're not necessarily necessary to have a 15-minute discussion over. And, our job for the residents is to make good decisions, not to perform for the live stream. So council obviously we'll make the choice on where we want to go, but I think that we need to, make a decision about if we want to have good debates about things that matter, or there are some routine things that are accepting of correspondence and other things that are very, very relevant to have on the agenda.
Councilor Chomsik.
In the experience of the administration in the room, have you guys seen a lot of consent agendas through different municipalities? Is that more of the practice of the norm?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes, consent agenda is very common. Of course, there are some that don't have consent agenda. There are generally two ways that it is achieved. One is the way council currently operates, in that you go through and identify the items for debate, and then you adopt those other ones. The other way is that a consent agenda is somewhat pre-populated, and items through the agenda review are identified for consent agenda, acknowledging though at any time that any member who identifies an item that's been set as a consent agenda could pull it off and debate it. So those are the kind of the two ways in which consent agendas are used. And yes, they are very common.
Okay. So, Counselor Stasiak?
Thank you. I've just noticed that we spent 10 minutes discussing this, and if an item was that simple, we would have done 5 of them by now. So I think they're important. To me, they are. Sometimes it seems not that important, but they made it to the agenda, and I think deserve at least a few words about it. Move on, accept them, move on. We could have done 5 of them at least in the time we spent. I am though. Thank you.
Do we
Okay.
order supper, sir? We have to start ordering dinner as well.
What's that?
We may need to start ordering dinner as well as lunch.
Mhm. Well, the only thing is to me, what I'm hearing right now is it sounds like there's a few people that want to try to get away from the consent agenda for a while and just see how it works. We could do it that way and say, okay, let's revert back to looking at the agenda as a whole and going from there. But Melanie.
If I may, just one more thing. What a lot of other municipalities do is they establish what's appropriate and what's not appropriate for the consent agenda. Not everybody does, but often within their procedural bylaw, they'll say, these are the narrow list of items that are appropriate. And so maybe if council's not certain how you want to proceed today, we could do more research specifically on the topic, and then you can decide going forward.
No, and I appreciate that, to give us a well-rounded idea of what's going on, because I'll tell you, when sitting in RMA, when you're having conversations and workshops and whatnot, and you're asking different municipalities how they do their business, I'm surprised how many don't even know what a consent agenda is. So we're dealing with smaller communities, not larger centers that may have a bit different business to attend to. So I was shocked, actually, how many don't. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna look at getting a little bit more information regarding the consent agendas and adoption agendas and that. So it is now just about 10 after 12. I think lunch is here, and we will break for till 20 to 1, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll get started with this meeting again. Moving on to regarding the procedural bylaw information and stuff. So we'll go on to information reports. And we had a real brief conversation about that prior to this, a little bit about how the reports were coming through. Go ahead.
Sorry, can I just back up a little bit? Whether we had that conversation as well in our strategic plan regarding agendas and adding an addendum to the agenda that housed our committee reports and council information so that it was a standalone space where if we choose not to print that information, we would just like print it of the main agenda, but not the addendum. I thought it was a great compromise.
Yeah, to put it online, you mean, like to put it on, in the agenda, but on off to the side.
Yes, as an
Yeah.
addendum, so it's, I don't know if it can be adopted as a whole, but just so that it would be an easy method of saying, hey, you know what? We want to print our agendas, but we don't necessarily want to print this portion of the agenda, if that makes sense. It just came back into my mind, so I thought I'd mention it now while we just had the agenda adoption and consent agenda discussion.
The one we're looking at right now, though, is whether we accept things for information or not. When I went through the meetings, EOE, effective meetings or whatever it is, the course there, they said you don't have to make a motion to accept information.
Right.
And I thought that was actually you acknowledge that the information you got was great and all that other stuff, but you don't need a motion that says, does everybody accept this for information? So.
Right, so if there's no action, we don't need a motion.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And is there, go ahead.
So if I may, that was one of the two kind of options, either explicitly state motions for information are not necessarily approval, or just to have that the procedural bylaw would say that information reports are reflected in the minutes of having been presented, and then there's no action. If there's no direction needed from council, then it would just be reflected that you received it and kind of moving on to the
Okay.
next items.
And I think that's a good idea. Myself, I think that's a very good idea. And then that gets away with making another motion and sure. Everybody else good with that? Okay. Regular reporting administration. We discussed that where we all wanted to go quarterly. Or go one entity, like one director report at each meeting.
On a rotating schedule.
On a
but as
rotating
CAO
schedule?
mentioned, he said they would take that into advice.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
good, okay. Do we need to talk about that anymore?
Are we
No?
liking quarterly reports? That, I guess, that's just needs to be established, how administration wants to present them.
Oh, like, how do you mean quarterly reports? Like,
So instead of having them, like, we had recommended, or we discussed, I shouldn't say recommended, we had discussed maybe Public Works comes one time, corporate
Yeah.
comes the next month. But as CAO said, he would take that into advisement. I totally am wholeheartedly in agreement to doing a quarterly report schedule. Definitely. How it's laid out would be up to what administration is comfortable with.
okay. Yeah, no, I'm good with that too. Everybody else good with it? Okay. Regular reporting council members. It's not defined in the procedural bylaw now, right? So how do we want to define it? Is that through what you were talking about?
Well, no, so the counselor reports on the committee of the whole, I was always under the impression, it's not well defined as we mentioned, but I was always under the impression that that is not committee report time. It is just to have the space to, these are the extra events that we've been to, whether it be public events or training or something like that, but it doesn't actually go into as a committee report. Committee reports are for council meetings, and committee of the whole meetings are for over and above stuff.
For the council reports. Okay.
Right, but that's how I understood it to be. So, I don't know where everybody else is at with it.
Well, that's where it was going with myself. I don't know about everybody else.
And whether or not, I guess, we were looking at verbal and written. So there's that conversation as well. I think the norm is written, if I'm not mistaken, or is that? Okay. Oh, Lucille's waving at you.
Oh, Lucille.
Hi. Hey, through the Deputy Reeve. With our reports, I don't know, I find them redundant that we have them in the committee of the whole and then we have them in our council meeting. And I really don't know what the difference is. So maybe this is the time that you could help and educate me.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, it was our understanding when this committee of the whole was established, that the committee of the whole was the space for anything that we do outside of committees. So, you know, if we've attended different events and we've done training or we've done something that's over and above our regular committee work, that's what you would report on during that time. So today, for example, my report focused on training course, the RMA, those types of things. Whereas on council agendas, you'll see that great big listing of reports. That's where, or pardon me, listing of all of the different committees that we have. That's where our reports for committees would go. Pardon me. So that's how I understood it to be, but you're right, it's not well defined. And is it necessary to have it in the committee of the whole? I think it was just to keep our public aware of all of those different things that we do outside of committees. That's how I understand it.
Go ahead. Councillor Chisholm.
But what's really happening is some of us just repeat it twice. So the majority, I would think, you know, I hear the same report from a lot of us at this meeting and then the kind of the same update at a council meeting. So I don't know. You know, we talk about our meetings being so long. Maybe we should just have one. I'm just making a suggestion. I mean,
Okay. How does, go ahead.
And I agree. You know, like you say, it's, is it necessary? I think it is for me, it's important to let our public know what we're doing, in all aspects. I think that, we do a verbal one mainly in the committee of the whole, but we should be, in my personal opinion, doing written ones for our committees. And those ones I find, are important because we've been, appointed to those particular items, or committees or boards or whichever it is, whereas the events that we're attending aren't necessarily appointed to go, but it's how council feels about it. I'll go either way. I think written reports are important to be in agendas.
Okay, so Councillor Calhoun.
Can I just get some clarification too in the written report? So today when I did the council report, right, I did the things over and beyond. And I mentioned I was at FCSS yesterday, didn't give a report on that because in the past, Councillor Stasiak and I get together and write a report. And that's the one that we send in for the council agenda. Are we still doing that, or are we just like FCSS will send like their minutes and stuff, or are Councillor Stasiak and I still doing those reports? That was sort of unclear when we talked about stuff at strat planning. Like, are we just leaving it as when they send in their meeting minutes, that's the report, or are we also getting together still and writing our reports from the committees we're on?
Go ahead.
I honestly think that there's an option there to make a choice. For me, I find that minutes are a definite record of what's going on, and they're not always available online somewhere else. Or what I've also found is, if I say, for example, I'll just use trails, for example, there's several different municipalities that sit on the trails committee. And if you go through and look at a report from each one of the members, you will see that someone's perspective may be a lot different than what yours was. And so you kind of sit back and go, So in those situations, I think it's important that the minutes are there so that there isn't one perspective that's maybe not the same as another perspective. But when it's your standalone committees, it is your perspective alone that you're bringing to the table. So I think it's an option on what works best.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Stasic.
Through the chair, just to reiterate what Councillor Callaghan was saying is that, yeah, we do have these meetings and the agendas get sent in with considerably more detail than what we put in a bullet point format. I don't mind putting or doing a report, a personal report on it. It's just that we tend to keep it to a minimum. And so, yeah, it just shows that, yes, we were there, we attended, and we did grasp some of what was there. But as long as the agendas or the minutes are forwarded by the committee so that council has an opportunity to just go a little deeper into what was discussed, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I feel the same way. You have the, you have the decision to make if you want to do a verbal, you want to do a written, or if you want to do the minutes. I'm for myself, I don't really feel like I need to write a report when the report's right in front of me. So I would rather just throw the minutes in there and say, okay, this is what was discussed at the committee meeting that I went to. The verbal reports that we do at the committee of the whole is just to usually is just to give you a rundown, give the ratepayers and other councillors a rundown administration of what you see as what you've been doing and what's been happening and going on. And some councillors use it to give a report and some councillors use it to give on committees, and some councillors just use it to give a report of what's been going on for the month. So I don't know. Go ahead.
If I may, I think this is just really helpful dialogue and I can pull something together for the procedural bylaw that just kind of spells that out a little bit, just because it's it's silent on it right now. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. That's awesome. Beat that one to death. Motions under Robert's rules. So I would really like to see removing the mover's name. I would really like to see that because the motion is owned by council. When the motion goes out there, it doesn't matter who put it out there, it doesn't matter. It's voted on behalf of council. So I would really like to see that, and then not one councillor sitting there saying, well, I want that and I want this. And I've been, I'll tell you right now, I've been one of them councillors. So I would really like to see it be taken off. Go ahead.
Thank you. And again, that points us, I totally agree. And it was actually one of our training sessions we had, was it last term? Not the fall, but the previous spring one, I believe. Anyway, and it was very adamant that once the motion is made, it becomes a motion of council. And he was adamant that the names be removed. I know I brought it up a few times, but it hasn't been quite the appetite, but I think this is that's the place to go. To
That
follow
was
the-
under effective meetings.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that was an excellent one. I'll take that one all day, every day, yep.
I agree. I think it's one of those things that, I mean, at the end of the day, the motion is owned by council. Doesn't matter whom. Let's just clean this up and move on, conduct business.
Okay, anybody else? Not a problem. Okay. Reconsideration. No,
Are we looking at seconders, or that's a no to seconder?
no, seconders, no.
Not necessary. We'll leave
No.
that,
I think that goes by how many people, like if there's a whole bunch of people, more than 12 or something like that, you need seconders, but if there's, or you can do the other way and go with the, does anybody disagree? You know, so it's, I'd rather stay away from the seconder thing. If Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, I think it's just, we would just clarify it in the procedural bylaw, seconders aren't required and just leave it at that. It's not a recommendation to bring it on. That's all.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Reconsideration motions. Yep, you give.
I also noted as well, as it's mentioned here, that although council can have procedures that differ from Robert's rules, council may wish to revisit its use of reconsideration motions. Is that what we're referring to those now? Sorry, I'm probably jumping ahead on you.
No, I just said reconsideration motion.
Okay, sorry, I was off in a whole different frame of mind. So I really like that you have mentioned in here to add other tools such as motions to amend something previously adopted or motions to rescind to the procedural bylaw. I think are extremely important there. Because it wasn't defined and it's something that I had used once and was kind of surprised to everyone. So I really like the fact that that would be something that would be added. It is a great tool to have. And then I think you also mentioned in here, any member who voted in the affirmative has a standing to propose reconsideration motion. I like the fact that the prevailing vote is there for sure, rather than in the affirmative. And I think our bylaw had said something about or give a notice of motion for the next meeting to have something reconsidered. I think that that's an issue. And I like the fact that of dealing with the reconsideration happen in the same meeting. That way it's not being stalled for going forward because of a strategic type play.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment? Councillor Hall?
See, I think reconsiderations, because we meet every 2 weeks, into the next meeting can be reasonable. People have sometimes time to reflect and think maybe I made it. To reflect on, did I vote correctly or did I misunderstand that? Or did I just have a change of heart? So I think sometimes pushing it into the same meeting, giving a little bit of a window is reasonable in terms of how we make decisions.
The only thing about you can push it to the next meeting is what can happen is it could stall the motion. So all of a sudden now it pushes everything back so far that I would rather see it be reconsidered right at that same meeting. And that way the discussion is being done right there instead of pushing it to another meeting and then all of a sudden still coming up with the same vote. It's that's the only thing I'm looking at.
I also noticed, and I agree with you because I think it's been not used in the proper way for a reconsideration. And I think if I'm not mistaken, there was a mention in the Rocky View, there's a renewal of a motion that basically gives a council the opportunity to say, you know what, I didn't like that motion, or, like you just mentioned, thinking about it after the fact. And I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, a renewal or something of a motion to be able to deal with it in, I'm just trying to find it again. Like I say, I really like this bylaw. It was huge, but to try and remember everything within it was difficult. It's almost tempting just to take this bylaw and we'll,
If I may, the renewal is often used for a defeated motion. So say it was defeated yesterday and at a future meeting, you would like to renew it and have council consider it again. And that is addressed in the article that we attached on page 72. And I wouldn't be able to, I could find it in the Rocky View, I'm sure as well. So that is another tool that council may wish to consider.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
I mean, yeah,
Yep,
and
go
I
ahead.
really like that idea. Just, again, it gives you time to think about things and give that opportunity for council to reconsider something as a renewal. And yeah, I thought it was a good tool. what it says, renewing defeated motion at a future meeting. Renewal of one. So I guess not quite the same as a reconsideration, but if something is defeated, you can still look at it later on. It was a neat tool.
Instead of waiting the 12 months time or something like that. Will that drown us out though?
Well, the time of council shouldn't be wasted by going over and over a motion that you didn't prevail on. So there's got to be some boundaries around it, like whether it's, you know, a super majority or because otherwise, you know, somebody doesn't get their way and they just, at least now they have to wait to the next calendar year to fix it, or to, you know, to try again. Like at some point we have to kind of figure out the decision of council is their decision, and the ability to do the reconsideration kind of opens that door too, to say, I'd like us to reconsider for this reason, and then renew it. So the path to get there, I think, I'm open to figuring out a, you know, a good way to do it, but I think we want to have some guardrails on it so that, you know, we're not talking about paving a particular road every meeting, right?
I guess, yeah, I understand what you're saying and the reconsideration, the way that we have it wrote right now is you have to vote for it and then you can vote to have it make a motion to reconsider it. And so that path is wish-washy to me, myself too. So if we can figure out a good way of doing this, it would be very good.
I think that's clearly an error in our existing bylaw, that it most reasonably is the prevailing side that has the right to ask for the reconsideration, not the losing side. So if a motion is defeated, then the bylaw doesn't read this way, but I mean, it should be someone who voted to defeat the motion can vote to bring it back, not someone who, you know, voted to pass it.
Yeah.
The way we're written, it would, you know, it could be someone, it could be the 4 on a 4-5 split.
Yeah.
Someone in the 4 could bring it back. Well, that kind of goes against really what's happening, and it's the way Roberts works. It's the prevailing side, so it'd be someone on the defeat, or on a 4-5 split, it'd be someone in the 5 that would have to move to bring it back. Now, so the questions that come up though that I think Ms. McConnell has brought up is it a simple majority? Is it a super majority? And right, our rules today, it's a super majority, not a simple majority. And
Okay.
and again, on Roberts, like Roberts is designed for gigantic, for, you know, for very large bodies of meeting. So I think we want to, you know, consider where that differs from our very small board, where the difference of one person being at the table or not could tip the balance one way or the other. And I think that's where that super majority provides some protection, that it actually takes an enhanced group to make a decision.
Okay. You followed.
So rather than the 2/3, we're looking at simple majority, right? So I think we currently do 2/3, right? Pardon?
For which, sir?
For the reconsideration motion? If I'm not mistaken, I'm just trying to read this quick. Any member who voted in the affirmative. So only those who vote in the affirmative, which has been used, has the standing to propose a reconsideration motion. Further, the bylaw allows motions to be proposed at the current meeting or within 1 month of the decision being made by council. A reconsideration motion passes with 2/3 vote. So, yeah, I really like the fact that it's the prevailing side, right? That rather than somebody who votes in the affirmative, it's the prevailing side. So that's a change in how that's done. So I like that. The proposed, I think best practice, if I'm not mistaken, is at the same meeting. Is that best practice for reconsiderations? It's kind of how I was reading it in a few other areas as well. Move to
Mr. Chair,
reconsider.
Members of the committee, I would say it's probably more common to be within that same meeting. And then if something were to change between meeting 1 to meeting 2, it's the other tools that would kick in, right?
Right.
Now you can say, oh, you know what, maybe we need to amend this, or maybe we need to rescind it entirely.
Right.
So it's not to suggest that the decision couldn't be looked at again. It's just looked at in a different way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think that's the way I would like to go with it. And just so that you like I understand it, the renewing a defeated motion at a future meeting or renewal, that's in Robert's Rules of Order. So if we don't mention that tool in our procedural bylaw, we can revert to it at any time. So just so people understand, right? It's like if we don't follow, if it's not in our bylaw and we don't mention it, we can revert to it. So I like the idea of it. To have as a tool. Would I like to see it abused? No, I would hope that, these tools are being used for the good, not for a strategic or a political play.
Okay, I think, so do you have enough information to?
Mr. Chair, I think so. Yeah, we can bring some changes back, and
Yeah.
council will of course have an opportunity to look at it again.
What? Oh, this would be a good one. Electronic participation in electronic meetings. And electronic meetings. The Zoom lover that I am, yeah, where are we going with this? Is we have electronic meetings. So now when you're Zooming, I think you should Zoom, you should be seen. While you're Zooming. Go ahead, Councillor Challenger.
I think it's absolutely, yes, I do agree with being seen. I understand in a regular county council meeting, sometimes there's issues with bandwidth and so on and so forth. And I can recognize that. But when it comes to our enclosed meetings, I mean, we had pretty clear defined rules with being seen and those things. And it is, in my opinion, of the council's responsibility to make sure that you're in those secure locations that are able to uphold our, yeah.
Reeve Holland.
Thank you. Rocky View's electronic participation in meetings, on page 99 of the agenda, or page 12 there, gave a little more control on how those meetings are handled. So it does mention that the chair has the authority to end a member's electronic participation in a meeting if in their determination it is disruptive to the meeting or the location of the member is not secure or appropriate. So we've had issues in the past of driving, for example, which is just not safe, and it's just not a good thing to do. So in those situations, I really like how Rocky View has presented their electronic meetings. They don't mention the amount of meetings in here at all, but it does say right off the hop, members are expected to participate in meetings in person unless there is a clear need to participate electronically. Members may participate in an in-person meeting electronically in accordance with this bylaw. So I really liked how they laid it out. I really liked their whole bylaw, really. There's a few things that I would toss, but yeah. I don't know. Where are you going with it? Like,
Councillor Calhoun.
Yeah, no, I really like theirs too. And I was just gonna say, yeah, I think visibility, like being able to see the person, because you do have the option, you can blur your background if you don't want your colleagues and your ratepayers seeing the dirty dishes behind you in the sink or whatever. And I know when we had the special meeting, I did have to let you guys know I had to shut my camera off every time I hit my mic because for whatever reason it was just booting me out. But I gave you the heads up, and when I wasn't speaking, I was still visible. So there's ways to work around things and just let your colleagues know, I guess, if you're having, because technology is not always our friend, right? So.
Councillor Stasiak.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the 6 times per year, and then also thinking about this Rocky View thing. I'd like to hear opinions on people who normally would use the 6 times and use them up, and then when it's critical that they need to use it, they're blocked out then. So is there a way that we can establish that they should be trying diligently to attend the meeting so that they don't use up their 6 times and not be able to get back into another meeting later based on the bylaw?
This is like using sick days.
If I may, I think that you can obtain permission to go past your 6
Correct.
by resolution of council. I don't know if we necessarily need to have the number in there. We don't have what's gonna happen if you go past your 6 and, resolution, this is no, you can't, you know what I mean? I think we need to get rid of the verbiage there of the numbers. Because we have no recourse anyway of what would happen if they, you know what I'm saying? I think that it's, counselors have been elected by their people and of the community, and they expect a certain standard of how a counselor should come to the table and participate and do those types of things. So I think that's important to, like I say, I really liked Rocky Views. As you mentioned in your administrative report as well, some municipalities require a quorum to be present in person for hybrid meetings to ensure that the meeting may continue if technology fails. I think that's important as well. We're seeing it now where technology is, struggling a little bit with it. And if everybody was on Zoom, we had 3 people in the room, we got to end. Right? So I really like the fact that it has to be a quorum in the room. I really like that as well. But yeah, we, I don't know where the enclosed session portion is another concern that we've all had a conversation about as well. Do we eliminate enclosed on Zoom? But it, again, so for example, someone's at home, they're ill, they don't want to bring, that singles them out from not being able to participate. So it's, I think if everybody's under the understanding that it's either the chair who makes the decision or a resolution of council to say, hey, you know what, I don't believe you're in an appropriate or secure spot. You need to come off the Zoom. I think that's important as well.
Yeah, because I was really gonna jump on the, if you're not here in the room for closed, you're not enclosed, but I guess person can find a little bit of heart every once in a while, but Counselor Chalmzik.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the opening sentence of Rocky View. I'd stop it at members are expected to participate in meetings in person, but that's my personal view. I generally try not to Zoom, unless there's an illness or those types of things. And I do like everything in this, especially if you're not in the chair having that ability, if you're not in a secure location. I think it's well done, and not having the number in there too, I think is also a benefit. And I mean, like I said, I would stop that sentence part way in the beginning.
Okay, so Counselor Hall.
So does it seem like everybody would be happy to substitute the language in the Rocky View bylaw for what we've got?
I'd like to substitute our whole, I'd like to just copy that bylaw and tweak that one.
And I know, there was discussion about the closed session and should you be, are you able to participate in the whole meeting, except closed if you're not in person? And I oscillate on that. I mean, I know there've been, some potential problems in the past. To me, the decision going forward though is about, are we trying to solve a problem? Like, the default should be, yeah, we should let everybody in to do their job. Unless there's a problem that becomes apparent that we need to solve. Like someone's continually, zooming in from somewhere inappropriate or something like that. So I would propose the default should be on the more generous side versus the less generous side on that front until we recognize there's a problem we're trying to solve. Because for the second term counselors, you'll recognize we amended this bylaw around the closed session because we actually, like, around backgrounds, because we had a problem that we had to solve with the blurry backgrounds and, not knowing what else was going on in that space. So I would say let's back up and say we're good unless there's a problem. Like the blurry backgrounds don't make sense when you're enclosed. I can live with that. but let's not take it away until we determine that there's a problem we actually have to address. And the other thought that comes up to me on this is, of course, this means that you cannot participate via phone, which participate via telephone, like a conference call. Because you can't see anybody on conference call.
But I agree there. But when it becomes a problem, we need to, as council, we need to be able to take care of it, because we can't have someone, especially in closed session items in Zoom, got to be able to take care of it right away, because the envelope gets pushed and it gets pushed. And that drives me insane. So I'm in agreement of it, but don't push the envelope.
And like I say, there's provision in a bylaw that you can shut that down, right? I think that that's important to be able to have that opportunity to shut it down if it's a concern, for sure. Our bylaw is pretty loose.
Okay, I think,
And I guess, sorry, Chair, the comment that I meant to say at the beginning of that was that as much as I agree that we should try to be here in person as often as possible, I think we also need to remember we're accountable to our residents, and it's more important to me that somebody's an active participant than that they're sitting right there. So, like, if somebody for whatever reason had to participate via Zoom, to me, it's about what you bring to the table, not that you're at the table. If that makes sense. Like, if someone were to sit at our meetings and never say a word, but they're physically present, to me, that has less value than somebody who, for some reason, attended every second meeting via Zoom, but was a regular contributor and added value to the discussion and sort of enhanced the discussion and the decision making. Because again, it's about the outcome, not about the action, if that makes sense for me.
no, I agree with you. There, but it's the active participant has got to be more than just entering by Zoom. It's got to be, you got to be, I would rather be face to face with the person and they not say anything than see a person on Zoom that's trying to do something else. It's like, no, that's to me, that's not being active.
No, but that's not what I mean by active. I mean,
No, but
engaging in the
that's
discussion.
that's when you okay.
Well, and I think it's how in Rocky Views where you can call someone out or kick them out of Zoom or whatever if they are being distractive and trying to multitask or triple task whatever while Zooming. So I do like that language is there too, because it's like I'm not just calling you out to be a mean guy. It's right in our bylaw, right?
Perfect. Councillor Stacey.
Thank you. I do have a bit of concern, not strenuous or anything, but from where I'm sitting here, I can see from Lucille's fingers and up, and I have absolutely no idea whether there's a phone lower down. And I think our bylaw states that you're not allowed to have any recording devices. I have no way of telling if she does or she doesn't. So just a concern that I might have regarding that.
If I'm so sorry.
The way I see it, if you look around this table right now, all our phones are here too. You have to have some trust and faith in your colleagues, right? So I potentially could be right now too.
Go ahead.
I think he was referring to being enclosed. He said the meetings, for in-closed session. So
No different than when we're sitting here and closed either.
correct. So that's where one of the items that I would really like to further discuss is cell phones in meetings. We're dealing with AI, we're dealing with all kinds of different technology, we're dealing with recordings and AI taking notes and all of those types of things. It's been a best practice in several training sessions that we've had that when you go into closed, your phone is put in a bag. It's taken off the table and put into a bag. that to me is extremely important to remove that situation where there's a concern, right? We don't know what's happening when you're in Zoom, like you mentioned, you're not scanning someone's office and looking to see what's all about there. If someone chooses to breach that confidentiality, well, that's really shitty. Excuse my language. But it's crappy. It's just really shouldn't happen. But I do think that our bylaw does need to address cell phone use in some way. It's not only for confidentiality sake, but for decorum as well. This constant cell phone use in a meeting, when we're hearing about it from the public, we're hearing about it from other municipalities and counselors that are watching our meetings, and it's disrespectful for me to see, we're supposed to be engaged, participating. You cannot focus on the meeting if you're scrolling through a phone. And so I think we need to address that in our bylaw. And I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I think it's something that enough's enough. We've had enough complaints about it.
Well, they went and they've taken phones out of the school. And why can't we do it here? It's when you're supposed to be engaged in a meeting, you shouldn't be on your phone or shouldn't be on your computer doing different things. It's engaged with what's going on. That's the way I look at it.
I'll just add, as I've got a list on my phone right now that, because I'd forgotten it at home and I had a picture sent to me so that I'm able to remember my notes. And that's one of them was on here with cell phone use. So I'm using my phone at this point to deal with notes. I get it. Some people type to do notes. I totally understand that aspect. So if you're using it as a tool, that's one thing. But if you're using it just to, check the weather and, check Facebook and, scroll through, at some point we have to be diligent to what are the tools that we are provided, how we use them. So sidebar conversations is another one that's mentioned in Rocky View, which I really appreciated because cell phones can be used for the same thing, texting back and forth across the table, and sidebar conversations are happening on, it's again, issues from that is a concern, right? So how we identify it and how we put it in our procedural bylaw, I think the parameters have to be really well spelled out. Because people don't want to take away tools either, right, for that purpose. So it's not easy.
I think we got enough information on that. And Councillor Hall, do you want to comment on it or what?
Well, just two things. We heard earlier that there should be trust. And I think at some level, we do need to just also kind of trust and not micromanage each other. Like we have to get away from that. So I use mine to take notes sometimes. Sometimes I do it by typing. Sometimes I do it to remember a thought or an idea. Sometimes I have the stylus. But I think we want to just be careful. And then the other thing that I think, we're going to have to eventually wrestle with that was on the news as I came into town this morning, the whole Meta glasses or Google glasses or whatever they are, where people are using these Wi-Fi enabled camera microphone glasses to do stuff. Like we have to just find a way to get to a place where we can say, I know that you know how to do your job and I'm going to trust you to do it well, because like tomorrow I could come in with Meta glasses if I knew how they worked, and it's kind of nuts because they record everything you see, right? And the technology is moving at a pace that we are unlikely to be able to keep ahead of it. And I think we have to actually just back up and say, trust each other to do your job. And so that's what the glasses thing, I think, was timely this morning because there were, they're talking about people who are being harassed because they were being recorded unknowingly. And
trust is built. And when you blatantly throw stuff in people's and colleagues' faces, that trust goes and gets undermined. So I agree with you. We have to be able to trust everybody. But when you blatantly destroy that trust, there's got to be a gain. You've pushed the envelope, there's got to be some pushback. That's the way I'm looking at it. You wanna be trusted? Acknowledge that you can be trusted.
So we've hit the end of this thing. The other thing that's in the bylaw that admin didn't put in front of us that I think warrants a brief conversation is around 13.8, where we talk about the reconsideration. Now, we may end up dealing with that in one of these other, the reconsideration up above. So if we move to entirely, adopt language similar to Rocky View, it might be there, but I think one of the flaws of our existing bylaws, it talks about calendar year versus just an actual year. And so the word calendar seems to me to be, the spirit of what's there is that things that get rejected need a cooling off period, but you don't want a situation where something can be defeated on December 15th and brought back on January 7th. That doesn't seem to be in line with the spirit of what's going on. But the Rocky View piece might take care of it or the
Okay.
Rocky View model.
Okay, well, I think we beat that to living death. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie.
I don't know if we're
Administration for bringing this forward and,
not done.
no?
No.
Oh, well,
No.
we're gonna have to be soon. We need to take a
We
picture.
have a photo op to do, but I think that there's still a few items that would
Oh.
mind having that conversation.
So you want to come back into it? Or do
If
you-
we could, yeah, there's still a few things that are sorry, but,
Sorry.
there's a lot of good information in Rocky Views that, I wouldn't mind looking at, seeing if people are interested, maybe tweaking it. And that kind of thing, but there are a few other items and I've listed a few other items on my list as well.
Okay, well,
If we
let's,
could, please.
if admin's okay with it, let's go back, let's come back to it and we'll go out and look at the new, fire bush truck. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do that? Okay, so we'll be back. How long do you think? 15 minutes? Okay, so we'll be back at 1:45. Can you run in real quick, Lucille, and get a picture?
I look like crap today. My nose is all red. Yeah, you don't want me. Have fun, you guys.
Okay, welcome back. That was a great photo op we just had, so. And I guess we're gonna still continue on here with this procedural bylaw.
Well, I don't want to have it, well, council didn't say, right? So, and this is our opportunity to really hammer it home, the changes that we really need to our own bylaw. Like I say, I would adopt Rocky Views in its entirety and tweak it rather than go, about a few other things. But the one thing I really liked as well is, and I don't know if it's mentioned in ours, the suspension of the rules that is in Rocky View, that have that ability to be able to do that. I think that's on page 93, number 8. It just gives us, because it's a bylaw, without having that opportunity, if we want to go outside of that bylaw, it makes it pretty difficult, but to have the suspension of the rules, I thought was important to add. We decided on an acting chair, I think it was, rather than an acting reeve, right? Which I really liked out of Rocky Views. The other thing I liked is on page 97 in its appointments and votes by secret ballot. It really explains that well. So that we don't have any of that confusion and how are we going to do it? It's there for everybody to see. I don't know how council feels about it, but everything's by secret ballot and it's just well defined in this particular bylaw. The other one was recording and live streaming of meetings on page 98, and it says the meeting may continue without a live stream provided that the meeting can still be recorded by other means and the recording can be made available on their public website after the meeting is adjourned. I don't know what that would mean. Recorded by what other kind? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm not certain. I would suggest, I mean, you want to live stream or record your meetings if you're able to, but I wouldn't suggest that it would hinder, the inability to live stream shouldn't hinder your
Right.
ability to make decisions. So
Absolutely.
if it doesn't work, your meeting will continue.
We'll continue. Yeah.
So that's what should be, I think that's what's in the policy currently.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I was just kind of miffed when they said recorded by other means, can still be recorded by other means.
Okay, just hang on. Jordan wants to come in here real bad.
Through the chair. So we live stream the meetings directly through Zoom, but as a backup, I also record them onto a cloud space. And then afterwards I download those and re-upload them to the YouTube. So it's a separate video.
Oh,
So if the Zoom is still running, the meeting's still recorded, so we can upload it after the meeting ends.
awesome. Okay, so you guys already look after that. So we should probably have that in our bylaw so that we, right, so that it's understood and out there for that portion of it. And that was on page 98 and it's 42 sub 1. The other one I liked as well on page 9943, the use of audio video recording devices or photographs by the public or the media during a meeting is prohibited unless authorization is provided by the chair and chief administrative officer. I don't think we have that in ours currently, and I think that's something else that would be important. I don't know how everybody feels about that one. Quiet bunch. I know you just want to move on. But there's a lot of good things in this particular one. The other, just trying to read my notes here, made public in a meeting. Council information, we talked about reports. So member of conduct at meetings on page 18 of their bylaw, page 105 of our agenda. It's very well defined in here. I would like to see more of the, I know we have member conduct in ours, but I really liked the items that they listed here as well. Some of them may be repetitious, but I think there's one thing that needs to be defined, and that is the word decorum and what that decorum means. I think it seems to be open to interpretation and it shouldn't be. In that one, they do mention here, and I kind of got a giggle out of it, that councillors sit in numerical order of their electoral division. I thought that was interesting. I thought, okay, that's really getting into the weeds there. This is the other one. So we have in our bylaw mentions the final closing statement. This one, I really like the wording in it on page 109 where it says, it's number 118, sub 1. The chair must allow the mover of a motion to open and close debate on the motion that they have moved. And the order of debate among the members between the opening and closing of the debate on a motion is determined by the chair. I like that idea, the opening and closing rather than a final closing statement. Because this one specifies it's the mover of the motion. They open it, they open it, and they can have the opportunity to close it. But there's one item too that I noticed in here that didn't exist, was something called point of information. And a point of information on Robert's rules and whatnot is when somebody is speaking and they're presenting facts or presenting a definition of something and you're a little bit lost, you're able to say point of information and try and get more of an understanding of what it is that they're referring to. I would like to see that added as well. And again, this is just my personal opinion. I'm assuming someone will say yay or nay on that. But yeah, I really like that, open and close. And I think if I quickly go through, motions to adjourn. We currently we can adjourn without a motion. And I hopefully that's defined well and in our bylaws, it's either or. So I don't know if that's something that council would prefer to resolution to adjourn. You're good to go we're done, we're good to go, okay?
It's one of the few real sources of authority of your job.
Okay. And then, meeting dates, updated terms of reference. Yeah, so for the committee of, I guess, the governance, do we need a terms of reference for that meeting? For the governance of the GAP, I'll call it, because I can't remember the name of it.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes, you would define that committee. You could either do it in the procedural bylaw or independently. It's probably best in the procedural bylaw because it's a committee of the whole council. And it would talk about the authority and, well, I guess there wouldn't be actual authority, but what the mandate is of that committee, and it would be baked into the procedural bylaw.
Okay, so that would be, and do we mention anything about AI type concerns in a procedural bylaw, or is it too early for that? Okay, too early for that. Motion to amend the resolution, yep, enclosed documents. Oh, enclosed documents. That was one of the other things that we had training on, that we get them, of course, right before the meeting. And it doesn't really give us a whole lot of opportunity to understand them, to read them, to brief ourselves and that kind of thing. Is it something, I know it's mentioned before that they should come out ahead of time, but there's always that concern of breach, right? When they do go out ahead of time. So I don't know if we can, how we would be able to, I guess our decision's expected to be made on the same day that we receive it. That's the hard part when we haven't had enough time. But I guess we have other tools. If we make a motion on something, we have other tools to deal with it. It's just, it's difficult, you know, not to be able to get the information ahead of time, but I totally understand why. It's just, yeah, I don't know if it needs to be mentioned in the bylaw. And that's pretty much about, yeah. I can put my phone away now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So to take up a bunch more time, but is there any discussion on what Reeve Holland was asking for? And if not, was there any other discussion?
Are we
And-
going to have that, are we gonna have that appendix, like if that's in our agenda? With all the definitions and explanations and all that thing, I think is really cool too. This is the secondary type motions, but it mentions, does this come from Calgary? Yeah. I think that's very important as well, that we have these definitions and the ability to really understand how they work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Hall.
If we saw something come back very similar to this example, from the discussion today, I don't think you'd find a lot of disappointment based on the specific guidance we've also talked about in those other sections.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to us for so long.
And thank you for the work that's gone into it, because that's
Yes.
huge.
And thank you to administration for bringing this. We've been really sitting on the on the side of the chair, waiting for it, and thank you very much for that. That was very, very much appreciated. So that is 6.1. Excuse me, we're gonna go on to 6.2, water and sewer charges. I'll let it begin.
I'm gonna channel my best Jamie Percy today. I want to thank her for all the work she put into this, and unfortunately, this meeting conflicted with a course that she's on. So I'm gonna present on her behalf. So basically, council asked us to bring back some water and sewer revisions or options that were discussed previously. So in this report, we have asked or surveyed other municipalities on what some of their rates are, and we've tried to give you some options to evaluate. There's also some assumptions made. One being the rate per cubic meter that was $6. That way we would automatically increase it to $6.22 to reflect the increase of our costs from the commission. So we've used that in our review. Basically, the first discussion is just identifying where our shortfalls are today. And our current annual deficit for water is 332,000, and wastewater is 309,000. This annual deficit only is for operating costs and does not include capital. If we use the rate 622 across the board, then our deficit would be 364 and 315 respectively for wastewater. If we use 622 for the total distribution, the deficit is 399, and our revenue profit on bulk water, the truck fills, is 67. So that's where we come up with the 364, sorry. Under, some of the options that you have available. Right now, Collington is at 424 because it was amended through that motion. We are recommending, that council make that consistent with the rest at 622. And just the 622 includes the rate increase from the commission. Some of the things that we looked at was the minimum charges, and that was associated with, you'll see there's a different charge for Collington versus the $30 a month that exists elsewhere. And that was based off the rate of 424, right? Because we historically have used a 5 cubic meter minimum. So if you look at the rate of 424, that's why Collington's was 2120. And everybody else was at 30 because it was $6. So we did look at other municipalities and what their minimums were. And there's a few there that we've identified, one being the town of Athabasca, the other being Westlock County and Barhead County. They're both over what we were charging. And so we're suggesting that we break our rates out and raise them to $45 a month as a minimum and $55 as a minimum for commercial. Utility fees, we don't currently collect utility fees. And we're not necessarily suggesting that you should, but we wanted to make you aware that other people do. So it does, you do have some information there that reflects what other municipalities are doing for utility fees. If you want to spend more time on that one, I definitely can to go through it. But we aren't currently collecting a utility fee. The truck fill stations, you know, while overall, you know, our water budget is in a deficit annually, the truck fills make money as previously identified for before. And it's about $67,000 a year. Now, that 67,000 doesn't take into consideration an increase for commercial or large ag producers or any potential additions of industrial clients that we could obtain by getting the digital billing.
Go ahead.
Sorry, could I just ask a quick question? When you mentioned commercial, there's commercial users that aren't ratepayers, as is mentioned in the report, if I'm not mistaken. But then it's also mentioning current commercial users, so the rate paying commercial users. Are those truck haulers that are taking to residents delivering water?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So we're suggesting that, you know, you could have different rates once we're set up on a prepay account and have a credit card system. We've tried to show you, you know, what revenues will come in if you set the rates at $8 or $10 or $12, whichever you want to discuss. Also, we added in large ag users, and you know, where they could set up an account because they're going to use more than 10 cubes a day. Their account would be set up differently. We currently don't have the ability to automatically charge $10 or a lower rate for the first 10 cubes. And once they go to 11, they would get a different rate. The system doesn't automatically can't be set up to do it automatically. It would all have to be a manual input, which could be fairly onerous task, but just want to make you aware of that.
Is that the system that the new system that you're talking about? Or is that?
Well, the new system will work with our existing billing system, so we're not actually getting a new billing system. It's just most of the hardware out in the field would be new. Getting rid of the coin things, but the software that we use for billing purposes in-house would still be the same.
Okay.
I guess we provide some information here on what other truck fills are charging. And, you know, even Lac La Biche, when you look out of county industrial and industrial work camps, their water rates are really low for their residents in the county, but not necessarily so if you're out of county. So just wanted to highlight that even their rate is up at $8.45 for industry and out of county commercial. Our sewer rates, you know, historically they've, well, Rochester is not based off percentage because it doesn't have water. But the other ones are based off 35% of the water bill. And so we did do, you know, a survey of other municipalities and what they're currently doing. And it seems like a lot of them are sitting at that 40%. So they're using the water rate and 40% of that water bill is what your sewer bill would be. And obviously that wouldn't work for Rochester, so we would recommend, $35 a month for residential and $50 a month for commercial in Rochester. And that would result in, additional 15K if we went to 40% at the 622. Of course, it goes up a little bit if council chose a different number. And then I guess we've just identified some other utility administration fees that exist. And, one of the things when we looked at other municipalities, most of them are charging a cost of the meter plus 10 to 15%. And so when we're looking at new service connection fees and so on, we're recommending the same as our meters. They kind of vary depending on which meters they are and whether the smart meter is not, between $700 to $2,000 each. So we are recommending that council maybe consider looking at cost plus 10% for those. And then we are also recommending an adjustment, from $50 for most of our fees, data log, disconnection fees and everything, up to 100 instead of being at 50. And the meter proving one, we send those out to be proven. And right now our current costs that we're charging is 150, but our actual cost is closer to 250. So we would recommend that council consider that increase as well. I guess the other one would be the lagoon tipping fees. And currently we are charging $650 a year. And it's an honor system, which, they can haul as much as they want for $650. And we're recommending just moving that to $1,000 a year. Going to a per load or per cube or anything would be very expensive. We'd have to get power to each site. We'd have to have swipe cards. The capital investment would likely outweigh any benefit that you would gain. So we're just recommending that you stay with a flat fee, and that flat fee could be $1,000 a year. That's a brief summary of what the report says. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Jamie. Great report. I think that's what council was looking for. And I have a few comments, but I'm looking at other councilors that want to chime in here. Councilor Stasiak, you're up.
Thank you. I got a question about the Rochester sewer rate. How was the number 40, I believe it is, 35? How did it come about?
The flat fee?
Yep.
I'm assuming that I don't know how it was originally established, but I would assume that they used the average from other hamlets of, what the typical household uses, and they based it off that.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 142. And under utilities, I'm looking at just the very basic ones: Collington residential water, Grassland residential water, and Wandering River residential water. And you'll see that the average consumption is Collington was 11 cubes, Grassland was 10 cubes, and Wandering River was 11 cubes. Now, going back to page 139, I did some math on that. I used that factor of 10 cubes as an average. And if we use the number of $6.22, which is 40 and the 40% factor, Rochester should be paying $24.88 for the sewage usage as opposed to 35. I find it a little bit prejudiced, perhaps. I think that we talked about consistency before, and I think by moving it to 24.88 would be consistent with what everybody else is paying.
Okay.
Yeah, what came out to 24.88. And then I also had a bit of concern, and not that it's a big issue, but when the water rates go up that little bit, so does the sewer factor as well. So we're not only putting that up once, but then we're compounding it by going from 35 to 40%. So we're hitting them twice, which isn't necessarily a concern at this point for me. Just needed some explanation as to moving it from 35 to 40 when in fact it goes up automatically by the water rate going up.
You know, I guess through the chair, I mean, all the services are subsidized. And you just tell us how far you want to subsidize it. We've tried to identify that all costs are significantly increasing. The cost of our valves have doubled. So all we were doing is trying to give you some information that might assist with reducing the deficit. But we're more than prepared to set the rates at whatever council chooses.
So, and I appreciate what you've said, because I agree with you. I would personally encourage council, and hopefully they see it my way as well, is to stay consistent with at least the Rochester sewer rate being at either 24.88 or 25 or something like that, as opposed to 35. Thank you.
Anybody else, or Reeve Holland?
I'll take a stab at it. So I appreciate the work again that's gone into it. I was a little bit shocked though about the commercial users, the rate paying commercial users, jumping to $8 a cube, just for the simple fact that they're hauling to residents. So that kind of shocked me. Not all residents are hauling their own water. It's like for whatever reason, right? And so they hire the driver to come forward and deliver their water. So to have to pay extra for that already, it was a bit of a surprise to me. So I'm just going to jump right to the bylaw Schedule A and throw it out there that the minimum charge, I didn't adjust it. I'm just going to say these are what I'm proposing in my numbers. And then so I didn't adjust the minimum charge. I put down 625 for the usage fee per cube. 37% sewer charge, so that would be for Collinton, Grassland, and Rochester, so Collinton and Grassland, pardon me, and Wandering River. Rochester, I put down the residential sewer charge at 25 per month and the commercial at 42. The rural subdivisions went to 6.25, still with a 5 cubic meter minimum. The utility admin fees, cost plus 10% for the new service connections for both 1.5 and 2 inch. Remain $50 for the new account fee on those both. The data log I put down 100. The meter proving 250. The disconnect and reconnect services at 100, and I left the truck fills at $6. Reason being is that we're profiting off the truck fills right now, and that the outlying residents are who use those are basically helping to subsidize the hamlets. And then the tipping fee, I wrote down 700 because I think that's way too much of a jump to shock those guys with to jump them up to 1,000 and do that into a slower increment increase. But that's what I wrote down. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. I agree with, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I missed one there, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
What was your perspective on the Collington rate?
Collinton rate, so everybody is 6.25.
Okay.
Yeah, and 37% sewer charge. So that would cover Collinton, Grassland, Wandering River, Hamlet, and the rural subdivisions. And then, of course, the Rochester sewer charge would be 25 and 42.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm in green. I'm in green, so pretty well all that. I'm especially just due to the fact that it says here twice, not just once, but twice, that our truck fills are already at a profit. And the people that are filling up their truck fills have another charge on them already just to get the water from the truck fill to home. And that, so, what's costing us most is the water that's to the tap. That's costing us most, so, that's the way I feel, and, utility fee, I'm absolutely not looking at having utility fee. That's, I don't agree with charging people to create a bill. I just don't. It's just another huge tax grab, I think, in my end, but, yeah, other than that, yeah. I don't know about the tipping fees to the landfill, I mean, to the lagoon. It's $6.50 was started many years ago. And Athabasca County took a real hit when we started charging tipping fees because we had to. But yeah, $1,000 I don't really think is a big problem for hauling into our lagoons. It's a service that we have to provide, but it costs us lots to maintain and operate those lagoons. So I'm okay with bumping up. I guess if we wanted to go to 800 instead of right to 1,000, and then maybe hit 1,000 next year or 2 years from now, that'd be fine. But yeah, that's where I'm kind of sitting. Mr.
I just
Morford.
wanted to provide council with what our discussion was around the commercial truck rate being increased. And the only discussions we had from an administrative perspective was that we had no idea, we couldn't verify where they were going. They could potentially easily be going outside our municipality. There was no way to track, who they were delivering to. So anyway, that was part of our conversation. So I just wanted to share that with you of why we settled that rate might be higher. And it's just because we couldn't quantify where they were going. So.
Yeah, you betcha. And I have one more question. It's this new software they're going to be bringing in, and that when is that going to come in?
I'm in conversations with them still again today.
Yeah.
We're trying to work out, they're requesting some information that, we're not necessarily comfortable with. So we're trying to work through that. That's the only holdup, where the equipment is ready to go. It's just whether or not we can get an account set up. So.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Hall.
The easiest, shortest comment is related to the tipping fees, and our move from the proposal to go from $6.50 to 1,000 is a 53% increase. And it's clear the sewer costs us lots of money, but I think we hear people talking about equity, and we're not talking about a 53% increase in sewer fees to everybody else, just to these 11 people. And I'm not sure if it's worth it to do that when we're looking at a user group as small as 11 users, given that these are also small businesses that operate in the county, and the net impact of the change. It's it's relatively small. On the water rates, I guess, when I saw this in the agenda, I had hoped that before we jumped to conclusions about what we think we should actually get to, we would spend a minute and talk about what do we want to do with water? And how do we want to use it in terms of its pricing? What are our goals as it relates to residents? So we've admin has brought us back some interesting information. But for me, I wonder and think that we should have a discussion about whether it's possible for us to make domestic water more affordable for the people that live here. We're at $6. Can we figure out the math to make it more affordable for domestic water? And it's clear that water costs us more than we collect. There's a gigantic loss. But also we know that truck fill users are not restricted to residents. Truck fill users are not restricted to county taxpayers, and it is not restricted to domestic water. And so I think we can do something good for our residents, yet lean a little heavier on the people who aren't here investing in the system, whether it's the commercial users that are drawing water here and taking it out of county, or to other municipalities or whatever the case may be, because from the budget, we know we subsidize water. I am 100% behind subsidizing domestic water to residents, but I'm not. I think it's a tough thing to explain that we're going to subsidize it to people in other municipalities, and that we're going to subsidize water to commercial ventures that are drawing water out and driving across the county line to somewhere else. So I don't have a number to say we should do this or we should do that. I just I don't believe with our budget, I guess, what kind of loss are we prepared to take? And I think we have an opportunity here to do something good for our residents, but at the same time, in a way that's still competitive regionally, compared to maybe some of the others around us, like Lac La Biche, and to charge a little bit more to those non-residential places and lower that deficit. Because I think the other thing that plays into what we're talking about when we think about our budget deficit, I mean, probably has missed nobody that there's a war going on across in the Middle East, and that the price of fuel has changed, which absolutely will have impacts on our county budget before the year is over. And so it's almost a guarantee we're not going to be where we thought we were going to be. There's a chance here to lower the loss on water, do something better for the people that live here, and kind of offset another train wreck we know is coming down the track as it relates to our fuel bill. So if we want to just jump to a one number thing, I guess I would suggest we actually take a minute and back up and say, can we make water cheaper for the people that live here? And I think, administration has the math to figure it out. And certainly there are some hurdles to overcome. One of them might be the water haulers that take water to domestic users inside the county, like those who have cisterns and don't haul their own water. But there's a whole bunch of other users that are not those people that are using water and that are effectively being subsidized by Athabasca County taxpayers. And so for me, I don't think that's a good place for us to be.
I'm just wondering, where's this water going? That's coming out of our truck fills, going to other users other than Athabasca County residents.
I think, Chair, as well as anybody, there are 8 other municipalities inside the boundaries of the county that use water. There are commercial users that take it to industrial plants. There are agricultural uses.
Agricultural uses is people living in this county. The other thing is the other municipalities right now that are getting water. There's 6 of them out there right now that are getting water from the town of Athabasca. So us lowering water is not gonna affect them one darn bit until we get a water line out there and get our reservoir put in place. But to say that those people, let's call a spade, the summer villages out west, the summer villages out east are getting county water is, I don't think so. I think they're paying from Boyle and Athabasca that is charging $10 a cube. And they're and a lot of our farming community that is using potable water is our taxpayers. So I don't know. It's I agree. If we could drop the water prices and everything like that, I think it'd be great. But I just don't see where dropping the water prices right now and lifting it for industrial is gonna affect us. It's gonna just push the industrial that are hauling from our truck fills to haul from these other guys. I don't know. I think leaving it the way it is right now until we can get these entities figured out of who knows. Maybe we won't have truck fills here very much in the near future until we get that figured out. Who knows? And once we get the water line put in out west with the reservoir there, then we can get back to actually discussing that a little bit. But what part of the problem is too is we have one hamlet in this county that's not paying the same as the rest of the hamlets in this county, and that's not helping. That is not helping us on this whole thing. So I don't know. That's the way I look at it. Revolve.
Thank you. I agree, with what you're saying. My hesitation when it comes to changing for commercial is how are you deciphering whether they're hauling for industrial or hauling to residents? How do you know?
So that's why we chose $8,
Right.
because we don't know.
You don't know.
right? So, so the residents who get their own water, the rate is $6.22 or whatever.
$6.
If you're looking at commercial haulers, if it's going to a different municipality or summer village or to a rig camp, whatever. Our perspective was we don't know where they're going, so we're going to charge them more.
Right. And so basically then all our water haulers who have cisterns, who are residents of the community, are the ones who now are at a disadvantage. Not only are we profiting off of our truck fills, now we're going to hammer it to our residents who have cisterns that are within the county, that are ratepayers. And now we're going to charge them $8 a cube from the commercial guys?
But they're paying 10 today.
No.
If they're
Your
getting it.
Grassland and Collinton are $6.
Okay, those ones, yeah. But
Absolutely.
if you're.
Right? And so, to all of a sudden say, well, no, you know what, you guys, you can have one pay $8 a cube? No, I cannot support that whatsoever. And if we cannot decipher where that water is going, I can't support that either. That makes it very, puts people at a disadvantage that's, I can't support whatsoever. Yeah, no, I struggle with that wholeheartedly, unless we have proof in the pudding to say, we know that water is going to that oil camp. For that matter, that camp could be paying tax in our own community. So I really struggle with changing that out to commercial at this time until, like you mentioned, we figure out what's going on with the water lines, where they're going, how our truck fills are going to be. I can't make a change to $8. I cannot support that at all.
I agree with that. Sorry, Rob, Mr. Mintz. I totally agree with that. An average truck holds 15 cubes. I don't know how many customers you could get off that cube, but especially with our summertime influx and all these other little places, not a lot of cubes are going into some of these smaller places that are ratepayers. And to ask the truck drivers to keep a log of that would be absolutely crazy and ridiculous.
And I forgot Wandering River truck fill too. We have residents who have cisterns there too. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if Lucille had something, Counselor Chisholm.
So I guess, anybody else wanna chime in here? I'm really looking at, what was recommended before, 622 at the Hamlets, or 625, 22, 25, whichever. The truck fills stay at $6 until we get our new software in, and or maybe to charge something different, but I would just like to just, being that our truck fills are already at a profit. I don't really know if I want to raise rates to, I know we're subsidizing the people that are in the hamlets, so I think I think we should stay with that.
I just want to make a point too, if we go up to the 622 or 625 in Collinton, that people have to remember that that has always been offset by the Collinton levy that's now been repealed. And so when they say, oh my goodness, our bill is going up by $2 a cube, that's not necessarily how it will fly, because it was broken down into $19.33 rebate every month on their water rate. With that gone and the increase to the water rate, when you take the fact that the levy is now gone, they don't pay that $19.33 anymore a month. The increase on an average 11 cube home is about $2.43. Just wanted to put that out there.
Director Morton.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that this is a report that is giving council some options.
Yeah.
We're not suggesting that you have to do anything. We're just, we have no skin in the game for that, from that perspective. We make recommendations, we give you options. You ultimately get to choose whatever rate you want. So you just give us direction of how you want it amended, and we will amend it and bring back another version to the next meeting.
Perfect. Counselor Hall.
Through the chair to admin, is it possible to get better information to determine where that water might be going?
Please restate.
Is it possible, sorry, is it possible for us to get a better information and a better understanding of where the truck fill water goes? Based on who the users are and
Well, I
volumes.
would ask council for direction on that. To me, it seems like we're just focused on Schedule A and there's not much interest in finding out where the water goes. The one that we probably have some lossage is probably Wandering River. That we feel there's probably some lossage into the oil field north of Wandering River. The other one's kind of hard to tell. Wandering River, it's pretty obvious some of that leaves our county and goes into the adjacent county, and that's okay. If council's okay with that, we're okay with it. But yeah, it would be difficult. We're just trying to emulate what some other places have done, such as Lac La Biche. And do we know exactly? I think that some of theirs works on the honor system. Got to be honest. So I don't know how much they're worried about it. I've seen their numbers on their water utility. They know they're heavily subsidizing theirs too, and they're proud of it. They're happy with that. It's a service they provide to their residents. We were trying to emulate them and with the information provided.
The other comment that got made in the presentation around the truck fills that I think I made a note of to reference was the prepay system. And I like I have a bias to liking the prepaid system. It, to me, simplifies things and avoids chasing down accounts receivable and puts us in a place where, if we ask ourselves, is our core business banking? And when I checked the sign earlier, it did not say that this was the bank. It gives us a chance, it lets people pay for what they're using, but also it takes us out of the business of spending time and resources chasing down small accounts.
Okay, Reeve Holland.
So just going on the prepay system, how does it work? So is there a certain dollar value that people put on an account? Okay, so if they're not keeping track, I'm just gonna throw the scenario out there. If they're not keeping track of what they've got left in their account and it's Saturday and their alarm's gone off and they need to get water, how are they gonna do it? Credit card?
Moving forward, it will be by credit card.
Okay, and so I think it was suggested in here that the credit card be a higher rate than the prepaid. So again,
Yeah, they could, for one day, they could get pinched for not monitoring how much they have left. For sure. That's what we've put forward to you.
yep,
You get to decide.
I think the town does the same thing, if I'm right. They do a prepay system. They also do a credit card system. They also do an account. And I know there's a few people that are on a prepay system and they just gotta watch how much water they're hauling, and then they'll go into the office and bump it back up to however much, but yeah, I think that's the way that works.
I believe that the system is smart enough that it identifies what you have left, right? Every time you fill up. So on the readout, I believe it'll tell you how much you have left on your account. So yeah, if you chose to, not update it when you're down to a half a cube, you're gonna get pinched that day. So
how is everybody sitting here? You want to do a recommend to council that water rates, bulk fill stays at $6 and Hamlet's go to $6.25? Sewer rates at 37%.
Where did that come from, the 37%?
Oh, it's just
No, where did it, did you, we just picked it, or I just didn't follow the logic of how we got to 37?
it's called an incremental increase rather than jumping the 5%. I went to a slower move rather than a big move.
And go ahead, Councilor O.
So I'm gonna assume we're all happy with the level of subsidy, and just throw it out. Why not go to $5 then? I guess if we're all really happy with this, I just wonder, I don't know. I feel like we have, I'll end up repeating myself. I'll just hang up here.
Well, I'll comment on that. Why not go to $5? Well, okay, well, then let's go to $5. Does that make sense? Everybody's used to paying $6.20, and that, why would we drop it? It'd be the same reason 4 years ago when we were told, no, we gotta go to 11. That number come out of nowhere. And so I guess put the motion forward to go to $5 then, whatever. We're just trying to make a conscious decision on keeping water rates, subsidizing water rates, keeping it at a reasonable amount, being that everything else in this godforsaken world is going up. And so we're trying to do the best for our residents. And lo and behold, if we sell more water out of our bulk fills, we actually make money to help out our residents in our hamlets. So, this is what we're trying to do, is make a conscious decision. To drop it down to $5, to me, that's not a conscious decision. That's just, as one counselor says, that's just picking numbers. So we're trying to make a conscious decision here. We're not trying to completely knock us off the rails, but if you want $5, put it out there. Councillor Stasic.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just did some quick math and that I'm pretty sure that our costs in general have gone up more than 4% or 4% at the least, and that 625 reflects a 4% increase, and I'm okay with that. I think people in general have to understand that we're not buying water or any services at our 2 or 3 year ago prices. And I think, yeah, I'd like to keep it down to $5. I'd like to get it for nothing, but that's just not realistic. And we have to maintain this business. And if our costs go up somewheres, everybody has to absorb those costs.
Revolt.
Thank you. Yeah, there was some method to my madness when I had suggested those numbers. Putting it out there for council to debate a $5 thing is, as I'm just gonna call it what it is, unfair to council members. Because then it looks to the public like we're denying lowering our rates. So I think that you're right. This is a conscious decision. It's based on a 4% increase that we're seeing. And I think that that's fair and our residents can understand that and accept that. But to now sit there and say, well, just drop it to 5, it kind of makes us all look bad and I don't like playing that.
Well, now that we've been around the table several times, are we ready to move on? Is that what you would like to suggest to administration, is the $6 and the $6.25?
Yeah, it's 6. That's what I'd like to put forward. $6 bulk fill. At the truck fill, $6.25 for the residents in the hamlets and our subdivisions. 37% for the sewer charges. Rochester to that whatever that said. 25 and 42. And then the difference in the utility administration fees. And they're all wrote down here. And the reason that I'd like to do this is because then we can, another thing is then we can get everybody, we got some new utility rates, everybody can get used to paying them. And then when we actually get our new software in and hopefully one day, God willing, we'll get a water line out west. We'll be discussing this again, but God willing on that. And then we can go from there. Tipping fees, you want to go with 700? Okay, tipping fees at 700 and go ahead.
Just for some clarity, under the utility administration, it was cost plus 10% for the meters.
Yeah.
$250 for the meter proving.
Yeah.
The other ones were 100, but there was one that to remain at 50. Which one was that?
The one main new account fee, existing service connection, meter size 2-inch and over. The hell that is. And the new account fee for existing service connection, meter size 1.5 and under. Both of them stay at 50. The new service connection fee, meter size 2-inch and over, that is $1,200. That's cost plus at 10%.
If I may, that was the $50 for the new account for existing service connections. That was what was recommended in the report on page 140.
And did you say $6 at the truck fill or $6.25, same as every?
6. Stay at 6. So I would make the,
Just when we go ahead with the motion to recommend to county council, being that this is a smaller bylaw, I'm not sure, is it even possible to bring it back on Thursday? For Thursday's meeting and add it to our agenda? I don't know if admin has time for that.
Well, it doesn't meet the requirements. It's not urgent. But it doesn't meet the requirements to get added at this point. We talk about not following the bylaw, but the bylaw doesn't.
Urgent is, in our bylaw, it's emergent, not urgent. So an item that has come forward or come up. It would just be nice to finally start April, if we could, to get going in April. Otherwise, we're gonna push it to May once again.
So the next meeting being Thursday?
It's, I know it's a stretch, but it's just a yay or no, or yay or nay. Don't know if it's possible for administration.
Yeah, there's 24 hours. So we should be able to, yeah. It probably won't get 3 readings, so
Nope, but it'll not push it till the end of August, April. We'll get her done in April, not May.
okay, so we got that.
But if it's up to council, right? I'm just throwing it out there.
So the recommended motion. You got it marked down, Leah, or not? No? Okay. So the recommended motion is to utility bylaw for hamlets, Collington, Grassland, Wandering River, 625. And 5 cube minimum. Sewer rates at 37%. Rochester Hamlet at residential sewer charge at $25 and commercial sewer charge at $42. Rural subdivisions, minimum charge 5 meters cubed, usage fee at $6.25. Utility administration fees, new service connection fee, meter size 1.5 and under. Do you want me just to hand you this or, yeah? And then truck fill stations at Hamlet's $6. And then for lagoon tipping fees, access goes to $700 a year. Sound good? Everybody understand that? Okay, on that motion to recommend to county council, all in favor? That's 2, 4, 5 opposed. Are you in favor, Councillor Cheeson?
I'm in favor.
Okay, six in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you. Thanks a lot there, Mr. Morton.
Deputy Reeve, who made that motion, if you don't mind?
You can put Mr. Stasic made that motion, Chair. Okay, so from there, we'll move on to new business, Mystic Meadows delegation. Recommendation to direct administration to review the request from Mystic Meadows Management Society and bring further information to an up and coming county council meeting. Councillor Chamzik wants to make that motion. Any discussion? The actual motion is to direct administration to review the request from Mystic Meadows Management Society and bring further information to an up and coming county council meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried, 7-0. So thank you for that. Motion go into closed. Motion by Councillor Chamzik to go into close. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried, 7-0. We are in close.